And testing and testing. I don't know, chat. Oh, I know. I have the answer, teacher. I have the answer. I can explain my audio problem, but you probably don't care about that. What you care about, what you're here for, is Lauren Southern. Okay, so we're talking about Lauren Southern, former Twitch streamer, maybe once in future Twitch streamer. Apparently the ban is only temporary, right? Lauren Southern, noted alt-right luminary, Lauren Southern. The real alt-right Canadian streamer, right? The actual alt-right Canadian streamer, Lauren Southern. The spreader of theories such as the Great Replacement theory, right? A trope that combines anti-Semitism with racist against black people and just makes it into like, it's amazing, chat. It's amazing. She's a wizard. She's a wizard in the kitchen of racism. She is a makeup expert in being anti-Muslim. Chat, what can I say about Lauren Southern? What can I fucking say about Lauren Southern, chat, that hasn't already been said? Okay, you know who Lauren Southern is. What's up, Retro Critic? Good to see you. You know who Lauren Southern is, and she kind of was a thing of the past. She, at one point, she called off her career, and I think she said she wanted to go to school or something. There was some reason, right? She didn't want to be part of the right wing again. And there's actually an Atlantic magazine article that I read on stream. I think that Lauren Southern video is still up. No, it's not, is it? It's not up. Damn it, I don't think I have my Lauren Southern video up. Anyway, which details kind of what she went through. And chat, she actually did receive a lot of sexism at the hands of the other alt-right, the luminaries, right? She was never really welcome into the club because that is a boys' club. That is a boys' club. And even though she's vile and racist and, famously, shot a flare gun at a boat full of migrants, right? She wasn't accepted. She wasn't accepted. They were like, okay, probably derisive reference to female anatomy just showed up, right? That's how she was thought of. She wasn't really part of the group, even though she was useful to them, even though she was really helpful for spreading their racism. She was never really included, and she was treated like shit, and she didn't like it. And she talked about it to an Atlantic reporter, and then got cold feet, because guess what, chat? If you leave the alt-right, that is like leaving a gang. That is like leaving the mafia, right? If you're part of that group, and you say no more, they are not just going to leave you alone. They are not just going to leave you alone. They're going to make things hard for you, okay? And, so she wasn't trying to leave the right, even though it seems like that's what the reporter that she was talking to was trying to get her to do, much like, Samantha said that she thought she could get Lauren to, be a little bit more moderate, that she could reach out, just like I used to be an alt-right chud. Lauren Southern, so too can Lauren Southern be de-radicalized. And we just watched a Brianna Gray Joy versus Dahlia Lavin. How do you pronounce Lavin? Lavin, I believe it's Lavin. Dahlia Lavin debate on Bad Faith podcast, which Matt Bender reviewed. We only got to see half of it, okay? And I'm guessing the spicy half is the second half. So there's a lot we're missing. But oh my god, it was an important discussion of what do you focus on, right? Because Brianna Joy Gray was looking at de-radicalization as a tactic, whereas Dahlia Levin, who's actually done some of the work, some undercover work, chat, some undercover work in the right, in terms of talking to people and immersing herself a little bit in that stuff, she was like, it's an individual thing. If you have a friend and you care about them and they become alt-right, they become right-wing, they become some scary-ass shit, and nobody else in their friend group wants to fuck with them, and you want to reach out to them, by all means, give it a try, okay? Right? If you want to, right? Not everybody can do this. This is really hard, and usually it's not successful, because they enjoy being horrible. in general. They enjoy being horrible. And they make it really hard to leave, right? If you get into that friend group, your friends and family will kind of like fall away by the wayside, whereas your new, replacement family is going to be a bunch of alt-right people on social media, right? And that's the predicament that some people end up in. And they want to come back, but they literally have nobody they can talk to. And yeah, like serving as an outlet for that, good on you, right? But Brianna Joy Gray wanted to turn de-radicalization into like a tactic, into a strategy. And I don't know what she was talking about, like de-radicalization through media or something like that. I'm not sure that works. And Dahlia was really skeptical of it too. And I'm very, very, very skeptical about what Samantha said about wanting to de-radicalize Lauren, okay? I think that honestly she's got some shit to de-radicalize on herself first, before she's gonna do anything like that. But yeah, so what happened? What happened? Why is Lauren Southern banned? Because if I don't tell you, why are you even here? What are you doing? Okay, let me tell you. She was banned. She went on a politically provoked panel on Twitch with Mouthy Infidel, that Nazi Barbie lady. Chat, does anybody know Nazi Barbie lady? Does anybody know who I'm talking about? She was in a Kate Borisenko debate with Blair White, and she like suggested that Blair White should grow out her facial hair and like go by he him. Like she was really awful. She was really awful. Like as much as Blair was trying to be like, hey, I'm one of the good ones. You don't even have to call me a woman. Like if you don't want to, right? Like this lady was just coming for Blair, and like Kate Borisenko. Am I pronouncing her name wrong? Wait, their name wrong. Their name, I believe. They them pronouns. I'm not saying their name right. It starts with a K. I'm not gonna get their name right. Okay, but you know who I'm talking about. Borisenko, right? And Borisenko was like the hero of that debate. Like if you listen, I didn't watch that debate with you because any debate that causes me to look at Borisenko as a hero, that's not praxis. That's not praxis. That's not a good thing. That's not what I'm trying to show here. So Lauren got banned for going on a politically provoked podcast. Now, if you know politically provoked, they've had a Nazi problem, and I wouldn't even say it's a problem, because a problem implies that you if you brought a brunch, Carlin, am I pronouncing it right now? Carlin? Yeah, if you have a house and it gets termites in it, you have a termite problem. Sure, cool. If you have a house and you bring a bunch of cats into it, do you have a cat problem? No, you're a cat lady. If you bring a bunch of cats into it. So if you bring a bunch of Nazis into a social media platform, do you have a Nazi problem, or are you kind of Brittany, a Nazi lady? Now listen, I put lady on there. I'm being very generous in making the assumption that, there's not some sort of actual something going on with Brittany herself. I don't know, chat, because guess what? I am not interested in Nazi adjacent YouTube programming, right? It doesn't float my boat. I'm sorry, it doesn't do it for me, chat. I just don't enjoy it. Okay, I don't know what else I can tell you. I haven't looked into the politically provoked scandal that Samantha supposedly outed, right? I do know that they had a guy named Big Papa Fascist. Dude's name was literally Big Papa Fascist. Literally his name, right? I don't even know how you have a name like that with a word that's TOS most places, but Big Papa Fascist, or BPF, as he would go by wherever they didn't let him say his name, was a fascist. And his only kind of caveat on that was that he would say he didn't want to do fascism with violence. He wanted to do it with voting. Yeah, Sussy Baka. Sussy Motherfucking baka. And you know who else is sussy? That whole organization. That whole fucking organization is sus as fuck, okay? And what I mean is that, like, you know, they are a platform for people like that. They are a platform for so many things. They are a platform for Dylan Burns to debate trans rights with BPF and just have his head shoved up his ass, like, by BPF. Just be folded into himself. Like, you know, just kind of like a ball or something. He just got folded, chat. He just got folded, okay? It was gross. And they hosted that, right? They like to host debates that hurt trans people. So, in a way, what they did isn't that surprising. Isn't that surprising at all. What is kind of surprising is that after all the scandals and the bullshit, right, and you know, the red flags, let's just say, the red flags with Politically Provoked, that Lauren Southern would go on their show, because she's trying to go in the opposite way. She's trying to promote an image that she maybe went too far in some of her things earlier. She's not going to tell you which. She's not going to be like, I disavow the Great Replacement theory. I don't think so, at least, right? She's definitely not going to go take down stuff that she doesn't believe in and criticize her work meaningfully. She's not going to pull a Hunter Avalon, right? But what was surprising is, like, that she'd go on a panel like that at all, and then that she'd say what she ended up saying, chat, because, like, a lot of people, including maybe Samantha, were hoping that she would take a different tack, that she was going to make a little pivot to the left and, like, pretend to be, like, more acceptable or whatever. She did not, okay? And this debate was a fucking dumpster fire. The shit that she said during this debate was considered hate speech, I guess, by Twitch. She was banned for hate speech. Politically Provoked started a Twitch channel. Their Twitch channel is also banned. I believe their YouTube channel is probably still up. I don't see any reason that would be down. That is the fallout. I don't know about anybody else. I haven't heard about Mouthy Infidel or... I mean, like, supposedly So, chat, Mouthy Infidel was the defender of trans rights in this. Mediterranean is definitely too far. Yeah. The Mouthy Infidel who's blocked me. By the way, chat, I am blocked by Mouthy Infidel. Okay, Mouthy Infidel was supposedly the champion of trans rights on this program. I don't know who else they brought. They get some lefties, but they've gotten Sansol. Like, they've gotten a lot of supposed lefties to come on Politically Provoked, and I still haven't heard an explanation from Sansol. Sansol, why are you hanging out with so many sussy bakas? Why are you so sus? Sussol. Sansus. Sansus. Is it Sansus? Can I call him Sansus? He's Sansus. He's sus as fuck. He's sus as fuck. He let his stream get used to cross-examine the victim in a case of sexual harassment. He let that happen. That went down on Sansol's stream. Chat, I don't know, dude. It's just like some people are literally good or bad based on who they hang out with. Because Sansol seemed like a pretty decent person when I used to hang out, right? Like, there was nothing particularly wrong with Sansol, but, you know, he kind of got Samantha bananaed, and he got Eris, and he got, like, you know, it's just like you get sucked into these orbits, and before you know it, you're just kind of going along with what your friends are doing. And when your friends are fash adjacent, that puts you in a really bad spot. Sansol, listen, I don't know if it would count as de-radicalization, but if you need to talk to someone, my door is open, okay? Okay, because I don't like to see you go out like this. I don't want to see you go down with this ship. This is gross, Sansol. I don't think this is what you're about. Suckdims are always going to stab you in the back. Yeah, well, I don't know for sure that Sansol stabbed me in the back. I mean, if anybody saw anything he definitely wasn't standing up for me during the whole Dylan thing. But I don't know if he did any, like, anti-NCC content himself. I haven't seen it, and honestly, I don't really want to. Like, we've grown apart, okay? I don't really have a lot of interest in, in that connection. But I would like to, if you need somebody to talk to, San Soul, if you're in over your head and you realize, you start to look around and you see a bunch of sussy bakas, like, let me know. We can talk about it, okay? There's ways to handle that. There are ways to handle that, okay? This stream happened, what was it, yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I think it happened yesterday on Politically Provoked on Twitch and also on Lauren Southern, right? And they were both banned, right? Because this was considered hate speech. Like, and this was over the line. And oh my god, chat, like, the shit that Lauren said was bad. But we have some screenshots of the chat. The chat of Lauren Southern, okay? And they are so much worse. So, as you can imagine, because this was a contentious, because this was a really, like, people knew this was trouble. Lauren probably knew it was trouble. Samantha knew it was trouble, I'm guessing. Politically Provoked probably had some idea that it was trouble. This VOD got deleted. This VOD got dumped. And it didn't matter. They still got banned. So chat, do you remember another... I don't want to keep harping on this because we've had game over. I've proven Eris to be a liar in so many ways. At this point, it's just a punchline. Like her and her mod Nell class getting caught, proven to be lying about me, right? And what they said was in that deleted VOD. But chat, this is an example of a streamer with a deleted VOD who still got banned for it. That would have happened to me if I had broken TOS, as Eris alleged, in the VOD that got deleted. Twitch still has it. I hate to break it to you. Yeah, Twitch isn't dumb enough to they keep a copy. They keep a copy for a long ass time, actually. With the little bit that we got back, the 5 minutes we got back, we only did that I don't know how long, but a long time after the original VOD went up. That was all that was left. The rest had been... They put them on these little temporary files, and they stayed up on the site for a while. That apparently has been changed. Twitch does things differently now, and I don't know if the trick that we used to get that 5 minutes back would even be possible now. But it's just it's just more proof. It's just more proof that Aristocracy TV is a bald-faced liar, is a brazen liar. And you've seen examples of this, right? It's just that there's something about, calling out a VTuber that's just are you sure? No, I'm fucking sure. I'm fucking sure. That VTuber is the worst, most toxic streamer on all of Twitch politics. Worse than Destiny. Worse than anyone, okay? There's fucking no... Well, okay, no, I think I might be able to think of, one worse person, but they're not really a Twitch streamer that much. They're just a Twitch personality, I guess. So yeah, this was, Wait, can we see? No, you're gonna need me to get to the, change scenes to see this. Okay. Okay. Still can't see it, can we? Because there's Lauren, but you're not trying to look at Lauren, you're trying to look at her chat. Let's see what we can do for that. We're just, oh shit, okay. We'll just scooch her right here. So this is from Lauren Southern's chat, I guess. Okay, we don't even care about you, Lauren. We don't even care about you. It's your chat we're after. And Demon Mama, I hope you won't, like, she was looking at Lauren Southern's chatters. That's almost like stalking. No, you know what's like stalking? What Adam did to me. What you said was acceptable. That's what's like stalking. Because it's literally stalking, Demon Mama. And I don't appreciate you using stalking as a metaphor. Okay, so what do we got here? We have... Oh, she should ask him if you can say you're transgender without even being transgender. So sort of an irrelevant thing right there. Oh my god. So, I'm not going to read what this person says. And I don't give a fuck if you see what their name was. They fucking wrote it. They fucking wrote it, so they can sleep in that bed. And this is their, you know, this is their Twitch name. Oh my god, I'm exposing their Twitch name. Demon Mama, you better come defend them. Demon Mama, come get your dude. No, this isn't your dude. This is Lauren's dude or chick or whoever they are. But yeah, fuck them, dude. They're comparing trans people to pedos. They're comparing trans people to pedos. I mean, there's some just cringe. I want to identify as having a migraine. Okay, attack helicopter. Okay, somebody's saying, so it dysphoria if you act like a dysphoria, is it okay, let me try to read this as they meant to say it. So is it dysphoria if you act like a female but don't look like a female? That's what I'm getting from his definition. Wait, were they misgendering that with whose definition? Okay, maybe it's somebody on the panel. Maybe they weren't. I don't want to. If they were misgendering, I don't want to repeat it. Because I don't know who they're talking about here. So yeah, this is bad shit. Really bad shit going on in her chat. So, are you surprised? Let me see what else we've got. So, the major issue here, right, is the VOD, right? Because if I'm going to do React content, I'm going to need some VOD to do React content too, right? I'm going to need to do React content. I'm going to need a VOD. But if the VOD got deleted, how do I do React content? Oh my god. Well, what if I told you, chat, somebody recorded the VOD. Someone recorded the VOD, and they are currently uploading it, and that's why I'm stalling, because we're waiting for the VOD to get uploaded. I hate that I have to type in the word transgenderism to find this, but that's actually what they called it, right? Well, we've at least got one version of the panel. We got it on Avi's. You know what? Maybe we should watch Avi's. I actually don't know Avi, but they've got to be better than Politically Provoked. I feel like that's the same thumbnail even. I think they they just re-uploaded maybe, which is legit. Like, listen, I've done that a couple times on panels. If the panel's version of the stream looks better than mine, you know, I've even done it where I take my video and I cut to my video every time every time I talk. So it's a little weird because, like, what I wanted to do was try to do it with everyone, but that would have involved blowing up their pictures and making them all pixelated, and I don't know. I don't think it would have worked. But here we go. Don't know who Justin is. Who started the show with us? Wait, what? Justin Lawrence. I have no idea who this is. I mean... try not being fashion adjacent? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got my left-wing card revoked. I'm so sorry about that. I feel so bad for you. I feel so bad for you, Brittany. You're gonna lose yours too. Well, I don't know. You never had it because you're like, I don't know. Like, this is a good way to lose it, actually. I wonder who Justin Lawrence is. Just some random, like, yeah, this dude's left wing. He'll be our left wing host. So the idea is she doesn't have like the credibility to be their left wing host anymore. This is Todd, their conservative host. I don't know anything about this guy, but yeah, Justin Lawrence or J Law is stepping in. So let's take a look. Oh shit, you're... okay, no. So, just so everybody knows, title is Transgenderism, which, that's not a word. Like, right? Like, there is no such thing as transgenderism, right? But if you put it like that, then it sounds like you're attacking an ideology instead of a people. Where have we seen that before? That's right. You've seen it with, like, anti-Muslim shit. So they're gonna try to make it like, we don't hate trans people, we just hate your ideology. Which in the ideology they're talking about is trans rights. That's what they hate. They don't hate trans people. They just hate trans rights. Okay, Brittany, we see you. You sussy baka. blocked me on Twitter. What's up, Mouthy Infidel? Now that I see you're like 17, I don't feel as bad about being blocked by you. I don't need you. I'm not going to call you a coward because it feels like... Okay, that's about right. Mouthy Infidel's a 17-year-old. Makes sense to me. I don't know if that's true, chat. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how old Mouthy Infidel really is. D to doubt. No, I mean, like, he's a lefty. He's just kind of, like, really, really a dirtbag. Like, worse than Chapo ever was. Like, I love these people. Like, this aesthetic. Mouthy Infidel, excuse me, chat. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say Mouthy Buddha. God, I'm glad that dude's not relevant. Meow, 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 meow. Mouthy Buddha is, wait, what the fuck was I gonna say? He's one of these people that is, like, perfectly made for Politically Provoked. Because what Politically Provoked wants is, they want to bring on lefties, to debate them with righties, to help the right, to push along the right. And we've seen this, chat, you can prove this, in a debate, the right wing tends to be helped, right? There's numbers on this. There's numbers on Lauren Southern debating the serfs, debating Xander Hall. Oh my god, I need to get that tweet. Can somebody give me that link? There's like a link. There's like a link to wait, no, I liked it. I think I put it on my Twitter timeline. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure that's on my timeline somewhere. Yeah, I retweeted it. Here it is. Okay, here we go. So, this is a graph. Chat. This is a graph. No, just kidding. You know this is a graph. Okay. I get it. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to expand this out. Okay, so what this is this is over time. As you can see, it is Lauren Southern and her, interest over time. I wish I could tell you the exact measure, like how they were gauging this, but I can't. So Lauren Southern interest over time. Blue is Lauren Southern, orange is the serfs, red is the serfs. I'm sorry, that's not orange. Yellow is Xander Hall, green is Dylan Burns. Okay, so here we go. So we got all these sussy bakas in here. The serfs are doing pretty good. On a good day, the serfs actually get, or got, chat, the serfs used to get more interest per day than Lauren Southern. White Noise gets released. This is a documentary about Lauren Southern. Now, I don't know about this right here. I don't know what we do with this, because, like, if it's from White Noise, that's not a positive portrayal. Some of this is legitimately, like, people like her, people are interested in her, people are open to her. But some of it is people hating on her. Some of it is people maybe that liked her before realizing that she's fucked up, right? So it's hard to really gauge this right here. But then, look, it goes back down, it goes back down, and it would go back down, but, like, what is this? An article from the Atlantic. So even the article that I was reading you from the Atlantic, yeah, look at that. Pshong. Then we go back down here. What is this, Crossfire? Okay, wait, what was this? Oh my god. Maybe a documentary. I don't know about this one. Crossfire. I actually don't know about this. But there's a little bump from that. And look. Xander Hall. Bump. Hunter Avalon. Bump. Destiny. Big bump. the serfs bump. So like because of like, and look at this. Every time she gets mentioned in like, you know, I mean, I guess you could call these like less than stellar ways, right? It goes up, but it comes back down. It doesn't really stay like inflated, right? It goes up, it comes back down, right? It goes up, it comes back down, all right? But these debates, look, and like before anybody mentions it, yeah, it goes up and comes back down is not scientific. Yes, you're right. You're correct. You are correct. But yeah, as you can see, look at this. Like the serfs got a little bumped from Lauren Southern, but she passed them. They were close together, and she got more from the debate than the serfs. Sorry, that's Xander Hall. Okay, sorry, that's Xander Hall. Then Hunter. Yeah, and so Xander Hall, Lauren did better than Lauren. Like Xander Hall's bump is barely perceptible. Hunter's not on this chart, so we can't see if he got a bump. Destiny's not on this chart, so we can't see if he got a bump. Wait, is that Destiny? Or is that... Yeah, that's Destiny. Okay. The serfs are. And the serfs... Wait, did they even get a bump? Like, Dylan Burns had a bump for some reason at the same time. But, look at that. The serfs don't even get a bump. Lauren does, though. Lauren gets a little serf-sized bump. Okay, well... Like, I mean, it doesn't seem like this is a good idea. Like, it's not a good idea. What I'm trying to get at is it's not actually a good deal for you leftoids to play Lauren's game. It's not a good deal. It's not a good idea. You're not benefiting from it as much as you think. And you're not benefiting from it as much as her. She is taking you for a ride. She is using you. And you are playing into her hands. Because of your own lack of giving a fuck, I guess. I don't know. I want to answer for anybody. What's up, chat? 14-day ban, so 2 weeks. 60 minutes left. Oh, of the upload. Okay, so academic. Oh, check DMs. Oh, here we go. Here's another graph. Okay, so here we've got... Yeah, the blue line is total followers. And the green bars are like average viewers. I guess these are like, she's not streaming every day, so you're seeing them for when she streams. So she came out strong with average viewers. Is that even fucking right? 9K though? Did she really do not? Damn, okay, well that's... This is why people want it. This is why people smelled money. This is why Samantha Banana and the rest of those sussy bakas smelled money with Lauren Southern. Wait, that's not right. That's not right. It's not 9K viewers. It's, sorry, chat. I'm trying to figure out what the green line is average viewers, right? Peak viewers is 713. So, okay, I can't make heads or tails of that green bar then. But I mean, I guess you can see that she's, you know, gaining subs, she's gaining interest. And what's happening is that, like, you got lefties there, and they're saying, listen, I don't like Lauren Southern, she's really bad, but I signed up for a debate for her. I signed up with to debate her because if I don't do it, somebody else will. And it's like, that is like, you know, my union decided to strike, but I went ahead and crossed the picket line and went to work anyway. Because if I don't, somebody else. It's just fucked up. It's fucked up. Since the debate with Lance. So when was the debate with Lance? The 14th of August is where this starts. Because, like, she didn't come on, yeah, I guess till the 14th, till, you know, the middle of August. She didn't really start her Twitch. She was engaging with Twitch politics people. She was engaging with Lance, with Xander Hall, with Destiny, but she didn't really start it until a little bit later. So I guess all the major debates that went on, you know, were here. I mean, I guess it would be right. Does anybody have the date of the debate? Lance wins the stupid prize. Yeah, and it sucks too, because, like, listen, like, Lance was instrumental to me starting streaming. Like, it was because of Lance's, you know, suggestion, right? That I did that, right? And I always, like, you know, really thought highly of Lance. But the more I got to see behind the scenes, like, the less I liked the guy. The more I realized he was just like anybody else. And that everything that he said on stream, the person that he was on stream, did not really match with his actions. Oh, she got botted up to 8K. She's bordering on 6K viewers now. Yeah. Wait, is that right? Oh, she got botted. I see. She got botted up to 8K followers. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about followers there. Yeah, just remember, whenever anybody is talking about trans rights, and they use the word transgenderism, just understand that you're probably talking to a transphobe. Now, if you're not, because you might not be, that's the fucked up thing, is some people hear this and they're like, oh yeah, transgenderism, I love to talk about transgenderism, and they don't even realize it is kind of a slur. I wouldn't exactly call it a slur, it's more of a rhetorical trick. It's a reframe in order to, like, tag a group of people as an ideology, right? Instead of as people. Trash Twitter account. Trash Twitter account. Oh my god. See, this is like... Brittany. Hey everybody, it's Fascist Barbie. The far right. Wait, that's not a political... Okay, so Brittany, you know, you claim that you're a left-wing host, but you've just been bad-mouthed by all these by all this gossip out there, you know. Like, listen, you brought this chick on. You gave her, you teed it up for her. It's like you're telling me, no, Irene. Okay, listen, I'm gonna pitch for your team, and I'm gonna throw the toughest softball, fast pitch, whatever, you know, whatever we're playing. Like, you're gonna fucking kick ass as a pitcher. I got this, Irene. I got this. Okay, put me in, coach. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good, right? And like, this chick comes up to bat, and you're like, all right, you ready? You ready? It's just like, here's a softball. It goes, boop, 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 boop. You're not even fast pitching it. What the hell are you trying to tell me? No, you are not a left winger, you sack of shit, you lying piece of garbage. Fuck you. Fuck you, you sussy baka crypto piece of shit. You brought on Fascist Barbie to talk about transgenderism, which, as I've said before, that's a fucking dog whistle, okay? That is a fucking dog whistle. Hey, what's up, Dietrich? All the fascist Barbies look the same to me. It sounds like, it sounds the same to me. Mute? Oh, they all sound the same, yeah. No sound from the video. Okay, well, that is really interesting. Have you had no sound from the video all this time? All this time, and it hasn't really been that long, okay. There are defaults that got, like, reset. The defaults got reset, chat, is what I'm saying. I think it's this way. And I'm not sure why. Let's give it a test. Thank you so much for noticing that. Who noticed that? Dietrich! Dietrich! You fucking rock. You fucking rock, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Academic Anarchist, you also said that. You also told me. Yeah. Well, you know what? I didn't realize this VOD would be here. We were waiting for a different upload. But it looks like this one works just... This is a 2-hour VOD. That's what we're looking for. I don't think there have been any cuts. So, I mean, I guess there was some concern that, like, they might put the VOD up without, you know, the really fucked up part. But I think this is the VOD as is.
Family. So, thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. And last up, let's bring on Lauren Southern. How are you tonight?
Hello, good to be
Wait, so Abby's not on yet. Oh, wait, can you hear it now? Let's make sure.
I apologize. I'm on 2 hours of sleep, so for
We're good.
I'm not bored.
We're good.
Excited to be here. I do political content on Twitch.
I have no idea why that happened.
And
Thank you, though. Thank you, chat. You were on the ball.
About transgenderism before. Enjoyed that. I believe Abby and I have discussed this before. Lauren, nice to meet you for the first time. Great name. I like it.
Okay, so
and
look.
All right, so
There's only room for one blonde alt-righter on this panel. I think the panel, like, it looked okay until Abby showed up. Everything looked okay until Abby showed up. And then it just, like, got fuck stored. Do you know what I mean? It was like a decent, like, okay, the spread is pretty even, and now it's just gone to hell. It's just completely gone to hell.
here's what we'll do.
It's very quiet. It's oh so quiet. It's oh so still. You're all alone. And so peaceful until... Bum, 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 bum.
Each person can have like 1 to 5 minutes if you guys want to just give your stance on this topic. After that, we will just open up the floor for open discussion. For those watching, if you have any questions, tag politically provoked so we know you're talking
I'm
to
not
us.
gonna, oh my god, don't ever try to sing Bjork. Bjork is a professional. The shit that she does is actually very, very advanced. Like she was a classical musician before she went into pop, and a lot of the stuff she does kind of like influenced by like Meredith Monk. She's probably influenced by even more people than I know now, but like yeah, it's like my singing teacher once, like, she hated Bjork's guts because I think she was jealous of the sounds that she got, you know, and the fact that Bjork had kind of walked away from classical music, and that's what my teacher was doing, right? And she was like, oh, she just comes out every few years, she blows out her voice, and then she disappears to heal. Like, right? What she's doing is really bad for your voice. No, you should never try to sing like that. She was so jealous. She was so jealous.
Not chat, and we will be jotting them down throughout the debate and get to them at the Q&A.
A great freeze on Witzke. Oh, I should have capped. Did anybody get a screen cap? What happened to the left-wing host and the right-wing host? Okay, so here's what happened. Brittany was the left-wing host. Brittany was known as the left-wing host. Then it later came out through some DMs with Samantha Banana that Brittany was not in any fucking way left-wing. She was more than sympathetic to, like, you know, our civic national fascists. Let's just say fascists. Let's just cut the bullshit and say fascists, because that's what we're talking about. She was very, 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 very friendly to fascists, okay? And so, like, yeah, Dita Doubt, right? So they hired this Justin Lawrence. I have no idea who it is, but Justin, if you're a real lefty, you're getting used. You're getting used as flack. They are letting you ruin your reputation in order to give them some semblance of objectivity. It's not objective. This panel's called fucking Is Transgenderism a Mental Illness? There's nothing objective about this. This is a hit piece. This is the panel equivalent of a hit piece. That's what Politically Provoked is. It's fucking astroturfed. You know, just like they don't fucking care if they get no views. You know, what they want to do is they want to move the Overton window. At least Samantha Banana did something good, even if it was by accident. So it's right-wing host, and some other guy that's probably going to turn out to be a Nazi later on. Yes, I shouldn't say that. Justin Lawrence, J-Law, I know nothing about you. Maybe you just got roped into this, for all I know. I really don't know anything about Justin Lawrence, and I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just like with everybody in Politically Provoked, it's like, oh no, we're not Nazis. Okay, we're kind of Nazis. We're kind of Nazis. What are you gonna do? And it's just like, not watch you, not platform anybody who goes on you, like turn my back on everybody associated with you, boycott your stupid ass. How about that? How about that for a start? Yeah, I mean, that was her one moment of anti-fascist action, I guess. Honestly, though, if you think about it, Samantha, the people that Samantha were working for were rivals, and, you know, were in the same market, really, as Politically Provoked. So there's more reasons for her to do, you know, like, you can come up with a non-wholesome reason for Samantha to do what she did, but, yeah. A lot better than what she did in bringing Lauren Southern onto the platform, right?
After the Q&A, we'll do closing statements and final thoughts. So, I guess, Avi, why don't you get us going?
Vetus? Oh, yeah.
Sure. So I'll be debating in the con position. So my conclusion is it is not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness. Here is the syllogism.
Starting off strong. You repeated their fucking massaged language. Listen, if you're gonna have a debate with these people, okay, and, like, no, these people are a little bit more out. Like, you know what you're doing here, right? You know that you're going up against Lauren Southern. You probably know something about the other Brittany, Lauren, and Lauren Witzke. You know, like, I mean, you've got to know what you're going into here, right? So I don't know about Abby. I really don't know about Abby. Like, you know, but like, yeah, repeating their, you know, dog whistle That is not a strong start for the person arguing against. This is the person arguing against. He's accepted their framing right off the bat. But listen, I'm going to tell you, on Twitch, it's a little bit more subtle than this, right? The fascist-adjacent people are a little bit better at hiding their power levels, and they're a little bit better at mixing in with people who aren't fascist-adjacent, because on Twitch it's really cool to be friends with a rightoid, so you can have a debate with them sometimes. And they just want to say, no, but my friend's not crypto. Come on, my friend's one of the good right wingers, right? My friend's one of the good right wingers, right? So there's a lot of kind of infiltration into the same networks that lefty content creators use. That's why it's hard to take a lot of the lefty content creators on Twitch seriously, because they are networked up with people that have the same kind of goals as this panel, with people who are doing the same kind of thing. I was on one of these panels, chat. Prime Kai's Where Truth Goes to Die. Prime Kai's Where Truth Goes to Die. And I had to listen to this fucking frog thing tell me about, I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, he kept on saying the Democrat Party. I was like, excuse me, are you talking about the Democratic Party? The Democratic Party? There's an IC after that. I see what you're doing there, okay? I see exactly what you're doing there, right? And whenever we talk about anti-fascism, right? He says Antifa. There's no such thing as anti-fascism. Those people aren't anti-fascist. They're Antifa. And the thing is, he wasn't a huge personality. He's not a huge figure. He's not a huge streamer, right? But when somebody comes on there, strategically placed, and kind of twists the language, because if you're not careful and you're talking to somebody, you don't know, is transgenderism a dog whistle, or is it just what we call transgender, the phenomenon of transgender people, right? And if you think that it's the latter, if you assume good faith, well, they wouldn't be saying it if it's a dog whistle. I'm just going to repeat it. This is how they get you, because that linguistic tweak, it does something. It does something in the debate. And that's why these debates, Prime Kai's, this debate, in some way Dylan Burns is susceptible to this too, right? Yeah, it's not usually Dylan doing it. It's usually one of his right-wing guests, right? But this is gonna happen. It's gonna fuck up. The debate itself is going to move things to the right if you allow them to set the language in the way that they want. So yeah, the first thing I would have done if I had gone on this debate, which I wouldn't, because this shit is fascist as fuck, and I don't want to be anywhere near it. What I would have done is, first of all, said, it's, by the way, there's no such thing as transgenderism. That's actually a dog whistle. That makes it sound like my existence is an ideology. And no, I'm pretty sure, chat, wait, let me see. I'm not an ideology. I'm flesh and bone. I am a real person. I am not an ideology. Quit trying to fuck with me. Quit trying to fuck with this debate, right? But, honestly, if you go onto a debate, the title of the debate is that. You should know. You should know. It is a setup for your ideas to lose.
That I'm posting in the chat, I'll read that loud. Premise 1, if transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not.
Just looking at this Justin guy, the video by Rose Wrist came up, titled Debating the Moderators. Oh, is that... Did Justin do Rose Wrist's debate with Lauren? So Rose Wrist, yeah, Rose Wrist is somebody I kind of like. I like his style. He's a lib. He's not a socialist. I liked his debate with CTV. I gave him massive points for that. Very disappointed that he chose to debate Lauren Southern. He's got a video on why he chose to do that. Might be an interesting watch sometime. I was really worried, chat, and the reason you haven't been seeing more coverage of Lauren Southern is that, even as a lefty content creator, it's easy to allow your presentation of somebody like Lauren Southern to be actually just be free advertising for her, right? You gotta realize that in addition to a left-wing gaze, there's a right-wing gaze out there, and Lauren's adept, Rose Wrist, she used Rose Wrist for drama. She uses a lot of these people in the same way that Dylan Burns used me for drama. So I was a little bit wary of that, I wouldn't, just on a issue of platforming, I wouldn't debate Lauren Southern normally, but like there's another reason when Samantha Banana offered me that debate in whispers that I turned it down.
Logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness that takes the form of P and complies not Q. Premise 2, it's logically possible.
Well, so that's one thought. Yeah. So Dietrich's talking about a theory that, like, if you are getting more clout from the Lauren Southern than Lauren Southern's getting out of you, right? Then that's a good thing. But the thing is, Lauren Southern makes back up the clout differential in drama. That's what she does. Is she paints Rose Risk to be this just like insane SJW with coming after me and being super bad faith, and then she uses it, she monetizes it basically. So she's savvy. She's not a heckin' bimbo, okay? Or she is a heckin' bimbo, but bimbo meaning fucking like boss lady, right? She knows what's up. She knows what's going on. I shouldn't have said it like that. It's like I respect her or something. What I mean is she knows how to fucking work this shit. She knows how to work PR. She is not dumb. She is not even... This is a mistake a lot of Americans make. When they look at Lauren Southern, they see MAGA. She is a different strain of right-wingism, right? MAGA is highly anti-intellectual, and that anti-intellectualism that is, just endemic to MAGA culture and U.S. right-wing culture in general is almost an Achilles heel for it. Lauren Southern has no such Achilles heel. Her conservatism, her really nationalism, her fascism comes more from French right-wing groups, or is more comparable to the French right rather than the American right.
For a transgender person to not have a mental illness, that's affirming Q. Conclusion, it is not
Has been a politically provoked host since December. Okay.
the case that transgenderism is a mental illness, therefore not P. So this is, in logic, it takes the form of the modus tollens argument. P implies not Q. Q, therefore not.
Formal logic in a debate. Hey, this is somebody that, if you remember, Riley Grace Rochon, who's getting like more and more scary transmet every day. I don't know, dude. Riley Grace Rochon is basically a right winger at this point. Okay, this is somebody that Riley used to debate a lot. I don't know anything about him, but I do remember Riley trying to employ formal logic. Now, chat, I wasn't as mean as I could have been in my analysis of the Demon Mama Riley debate. Riley was trying to show off something she didn't understand. She was misusing formal logic, and she was misusing it badly. It was cringe, chat. It was cringe. And at the time, I guess I was hoping that they'd patch things up and they'd come to an understanding. I really didn't like Riley's opinion, but like I didn't want to see it turn into a blow-up, right? And so I didn't say that. I didn't want to, like, you know what I mean? I didn't want to imply that Riley is beyond the pale, but holy shit, she absolutely is.
P. It's a deductively valid argument.
Yeah, no, she's not beyond the pale, just beyond the pale. That was fucking cringe. She was trying to flex. And chat, this is what bothers me about it, okay? Most people don't know shit about formal logic. No, most people don't know it exists. They're like, P if not P, and Q if not Q. They're like, are you talking about algebra? And it's like, well, it's some kind of related to algebra. Let me, like, try to walk you through what we're talking about. Most people's eyes will glaze over. And so it's a flex. Bringing that into a debate is a flex, okay? Now, if you've got somebody that's trained at it, and you both have talked informal logic, and you both can understand, if I say this, you'll understand what I'm saying, then maybe we could use that. Maybe it's okay. If we're both philosophy majors, right? We've taken formal logic. We know how to do this, right? Maybe we can use this somehow. I think with Abby, it's just a flex. And I think with Riley, it was just a flex. And it's just so hard to try to flex. It's like she flexed and her muscle popped or something. It's embarrassing, chat. She flexed and it was a self-own. And Riley is full of those. And we'll be looking more into her self-owns because she is definitely content.
Argument to
definitely content.
Reject the conclusion, they will need to reject either premise 1.
She's a professional propagandist, exactly.
1 or premise 2. And they will have to show how premise 1 would be false. That would be very hard because it's an analytically entailed
Hey, Ghastly.
premise. If they want to try to reject premise 2, then they would need to show what contradiction is entailed by a transgender person not having a mental illness. Things that...
Okay, so here's what I want to know. Now, Mouthy Infidel might go along with this. Mouthy Infidel is kind of a debate bro. Maybe he's in... Like, this is the thing. Like, maybe it's like a certain hive of debate bros. They're like, oh yeah, formal logic, formal logic. If you can't talk in formal logic, you're not even worth debating. Maybe they're doing this now. I don't know. Chat, it's like a flavor of the month. You know how they'll do that? They'll get some like real in the weeds theory, and they'll all talk about it, and it's a flex. It's like, I've read Spinoza. Have you? Yeah, no. Okay. Like, right? And it's like, yeah, but you misread Spinoza. You miss somebody that knows Spinoza comes along and is like, actually, you misread Spinoza is what you did.
Won't work. Rambling on about what it means to have a mental illness. That won't work unless you can show it's directly relevant to premise 2. Other things that won't work, if you want to adopt proprietary definitions, if that's the strategy, that may work, but then the question will just be re-asked with respect to how the definitions are standardly used. So, step 1, show which premise is false. If you want...
trigger warning. Transphobia. For anybody who's not expecting to see transphobia here, you're gonna see it. You've already seen a little bit of it in the framing. Is transgenderism a mental illness? Oh my god, chat. Yeah, no, there's the fucking major trigger warning. I'm sorry, I should have said that earlier.
If you want to say premise 1 is false, good luck. That's analytically entailed. If you want to say premise 2 is false,
Lauren,
show the
fucking
contradiction.
cringe. Somebody mute Nazi Barbie.
And hopefully,
Brittany, mute her.
argument will be engaged with.
Do it, Brittany.
All right, let's have fun.
Okay. All right.
Oh my god, somebody fix Lauren's mic. Somebody fix Lauren Witzke's mic.
Mouthy. You go next.
Yeah,
From these hoes? Oh, I'm shocked.
guess
Bingo.
there's not much to say. I agree with pretty much everything Avi said, which is just to say that
Using formal logic against these opponents, not a good idea. The logic nerd shit doesn't convince anyone, especially... Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, yeah, okay, so here's the deal. If you have the right audience, maybe? Yeah, you gotta also think of the audience, too, right? If yeah, almost any audience is going to be lost by this. But let's say that you have an audience of philosophy nerds and you're doing a stream with another philosophy nerd. Like, that might be appropriate. Sure, whatever, you know? But these are right-wingers. Yeah, this is going to be particularly ineffective. Now, I would say maybe as a flex, as a show of force, you know, which you may or may not have. I think Avi maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to put him in the same category as Riley as far as not knowing what he's talking about, because maybe he does. He seems to be into this shit, but I don't know. But it's really not going to work against a right-wing audience. It might against a left-wing audience, because it sounds like, you know, it sounds legit in some way. And if you can kind of use it to make it look like your opponent can't even keep up with you, can't even compete with you, yeah, arguing, you know, in a lefty audience, maybe it would work as a flex. But yeah, no, it definitely doesn't work here. Not even as a flex. All it does is make you look like a big, boring nerd. And that's not going to convince any right-wingers not to be transphobic.
if you want to prove that transgenderism is a mental illness, you actually have to show that it's not logically possible for there to be a person who is transgender and doesn't have a mental illness.
What?
So you're going to have to derive some sort of a contradiction in there being a trans person who does not have a mental illness.
Okay, you know how Persona, like, there's like the shadow versions of things, and it's like kind of like the opposite. Okay, no, that's not even it. I won't even use Persona. This is the opposite of bird brains. Is what I'm trying to say. This is the exact opposite of bird brains. Like, everything that bird brains is, everything that bird brains has been, everything that we've represented, this is the opposite. This is a nightmare panel. I remember planning the land back panel and being worried that I was going to give an opportunity for some sussy debate bros to just strawman, like, a people's movement as being some kind of woke ethno-states. I was really worried it was going to go down like that. and I was thinking, like, I don't want to let it happen. I'm like, I can't cheat. I can't, like, put my finger on the scale. I don't know, like, I can't, like, start kicking people off if they're winning the debate. But, like, I was so worried that shit was going to blow up in my face, and that my panel was going to become a vector for transmission of really misunderstandings about something that has nothing to do with what Landback is, like, saddled with as far as supposed implications, right? It didn't turn out like that at all. It was the opposite. The people that came on to be debate bros sat down and listened to First Nations people. And they learned. It was beautiful. It was so fucking beautiful. And I still hear shit about, ethno-nationalism, like black nationalism. I still hear debate bros talk about that shit. But what I don't hear as much is them, like, try to trash land back, right? And so that was a major success. This is the opposite. This is like the dark version of Bird Brains, okay? This is bad.
Obviously, I don't think it can be done, but I'm interested to hear how one would argue for that. So,
all right, I guess we can do Witzke.
Okay. So I'm reading this, and it just seems like
Good point, Lauren. It's about morality, not logic.
a decorated word salad. Clinical psychiatric studies say that gender dysphoria is.
Well, listen, you would know about decorative word salads. You probably do a lot of Jello salads, I'm guessing. Could you maybe share a recipe with me? I'll just sub the Jello out for like a vegan gelatin or something, right? Just share that recipe, because I'm sure you got that. I'm sure you're one of these people that embeds things, that you make the Jello where you embed the Jello salad, chat. This is the Jello salad lady. This is a friend of my mom's. She's the one who always brought the Jello salad. No, like, there's something. Okay, let's talk about the banality of evil. There's something so suburban about this, about Lauren Witzke, and it's weird because, like, it's you expect banality, but you hear evil.
Is a mental health issue. I look at the end result. So with transgenders, the whole community, the demographic, they struggle with a 40% attempted suicide rate.
This is not bird brains, this is brain bugs, yes. See the entire combined opening statement dismissed in one sentence.
Am I correct, or am I?
Brainworms, the show. Yeah, it should be. Oh my god, it is brainworms. Yes, exactly.
Am I wrong? Or is there something funny? No,
Good
this
call,
isn't
Ghastly.
funny, actually, because 40% of people that end up transitioning or participating in the lifestyle of transgenderism do attempt suicide. The other 60% who do survive suicide rates suffer with suicidal ideation. They struggle with substance abuse.
Okay, I don't struggle with suicidal ideation. I've never had it. It just doesn't happen for me. I'm part of that 60%. I've never attempted it, and I never ideate. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm actually a pretty happy person. And not that, like... This makes me so mad what they do. Because they take something that should be a reason for empathy and turn it into eliminationist rhetoric. The Swedish study? Oh no, the Swedish study, it's back! It's back! Goddamn Swedish study. Trying to fight bigotry with logic. It's like chess with a pigeon. Oh my god. 30 years on, and they still trot this garbage out. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that's how old it was.
Many of them are victims of traumatic sexual childhood abuse.
1990! Think about that, chat. Just based on the year that it was done. Like, not based on anything else. There's a lot you can attack the Swedish study on. But not based on any of that. Just based on when it was done. Like, 1990? Is the environment for trans people anything like it was in 1990? That's night and day. That's not the same place. That's a completely different world. What are you even talking about? Jesus Christ.
You wouldn't believe I actually ran a rehab center, a
This
drug
is a classic.
substance abuse rehab center, and you
You
would not believe
wrote a
how
thread
many
about it.
transgenders ended up with me. Now, it's not just, a lifestyle that they chose. This is years and years of trauma. And what we have been doing is we've been enabling a lifestyle that ends up in a 40% suicide rate. How can you enable that kind of lifestyle, especially as a doctor, somebody who claims that they're supposed to save lives? You're watching this destroy people's lives, and you say nothing. Instead,
Actually, a lot of you know this issue, and if you know the issue, you know that she's like using words to obfuscate the issue. Like, there's no substance here, okay? The 40%, right? That's like, there's also the study that shows that, like, if the parents accept, parents of a trans child that accept them have, like, a suicide rate that's essentially equivalent to cis, right? So, no. And also, like, the people that kill themselves are the people that either it's more of an issue if you can't transition, if you do transition and people treat you like shit, if you're not accepted by your family, if you're not accepted by your friends, if you get, like, fucked over and discriminated against. Like, that's where it comes from. But she's acting like, oh yeah, that's the other thing. She's acting like it's like, okay, here's me, regular person. Whatever my genitals are, that's what my sexual identity, that's what my gender identity is. Okay, regular person. And then somebody comes in says, you could be trans, and I'm like, oh, and then all of a sudden, not regular person, now not transgender, but transgenderist. Get it, chat? Because it's not a real thing. It's just an ideology. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's my ideology. Now I have the ideology. Now that I'm transgenderist, I suddenly have a 40% chance of killing myself, or of attempting suicide, right? Even if I don't, I'm gonna have massive ideation, right? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. People become aware of having a different gender identity than the one assigned to them at birth. They don't hear ideology and convert to it because there is no ideology. I don't have an argument for why you should be trans. If you're cis, I don't have an argument. I can't convince you. I can't proselytize. Wait a minute, Lauren. Wait a minute. There is a group of people who proselytize, though. There is a group of people who do proselytize with an ideology, and they try to spread that ideology. Lauren, it's your people. It's evangelicals. You're talking about yourself, lady. How about evangelicism? That doesn't even sound bad, right? If you want to talk about an ideology, yours is the ideology. Yours is any ideology that looks at my life and tries to turn it into a lifestyle, that's a fucking ideology. And that's gross. Oh, the transgenderlies. Oh no. Transgenderdemites.
you empower and you enable a lifestyle where people are depressed, people are broken, people end up trying to kill themselves or molesting other people to, a lot of them do molest children. 40% of the LGBTQ community, they make up 40% of pedophilia in the United States of America, despite making up 3%.
I don't know about that, Lauren, but I do know that 40% of cops beat their wives.
Of the population. Now, these are statistics. Statistically speaking, I believe that you guys should be proving to me that it's...
She's Orthodox, not evangelical?
Not a mental illness, because it is.
All right, Southern.
Well, I mean, I suppose the debate is already over with Avi's big calculation here, so I guess I'll just have to agree with that. And because transgenderism isn't a mental illness and there's nothing wrong with transgender people, there should be absolutely no paid for insurance company surgeries. In fact, I don't think they need treatment at all. We probably shouldn't have to use their pronouns since there's no risk of exacerbating their gender dysphoria because they've got nothing wrong with them. Yeah, I don't think there should be any paid state for treatment.
Samantha, did you hear that?
I don't think we need clinics for them, none of that. Because there's absolutely nothing wrong with these people. No mental illness.
So I'll respond to Lauren Witzke and then Lauren. So in terms of Lauren Witzke, just didn't engage with the argument at all.
Source, some 4chan meme.
All didn't show his premise was false. Went on a ramble about increased risks, which there are, but again, that doesn't engage with the argument. You can have increased risks without inherently being a mental illness. As to Lauren Southern's point,
oh my god, see, this is the thing.
Again, there's a distinction between something being a mental illness and something resulting.
Do you see where the framing is, though? We're talking about whether we deserve to get treatment or, like, whether people, you know, should use our pronouns. Like, that's...
in risks for.
We're not talking about moving forward. We're not talking about like what can we do to society to make it suck less for trans people. We're talking about whether or not like trans people should exist.
Mental illness, certain medications.
Is gender dysphoria considered classified as a mental health issue? Is it?
It is, but that's not what we're talking about.
Exactly.
That's not what we're talking about.
Mental health issue.
We're talking about transgenderism.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Well, you'd have to show that you'd have to. Well, now the argument just gets kicked back, and you'd have to show that there's a logical contradiction in there being a trans person who doesn't have the condition of gender dysphoria, right?
The debate has been poisoned by the moderators from the outside. Yeah, because they're fucking transphobic. Because there are a bunch of Nazis over there. A best outcome is to convince the audience that they aren't mentally ill, which is not a great outcome.
Well, Mouthy, wait a second. Before, because Witzke's clear.
And as Innuendo Studios says, never play defense.
They're not tracking here. I just want to respond to Lauren Southern here because.
Sure.
So we can grant, like again, it's compatible. You can have a higher rate of mental illnesses. Having a higher rate of mental illnesses that do need treatment is compatible with something not being a mental illness. X can lead to a higher risk of mental illnesses. That doesn't entail that X is in itself a mental illness. What we're debating here is whether transgenderism is a mental illness. We can grant that transgenderism does lead to higher risks of things like gender dysphoria.
So should I only have to use someone's, like, because the argument for pronouns.
Oh my god, no!
If you don't use them, then you are exacerbating someone's.
She's like, should I really have to use someone's pronouns? That seems like a lot of work. I like really like use the pronouns. I'm really come on.
Gender dysphoria, right? So if pronouns are just a personal preference thing, does that argument then fall apart?
So it doesn't.
However,
no that topic is
involved here. Because I feel like can I just explain what I feel like the mental illness aspect of transgenderism is often used constantly in arguments to say you have to do X, Y, Z, otherwise you're going to cause suicides, you're going to cause mental illness exacerbation, we need to have transgender surgery, we need to promote that, we need to pay for this, otherwise you're going to exacerbate these people's mental health issues. And then when the topic comes up about whether transgender people are mentally ill, everyone's like, how dare you say that? And we're all sitting here like, you've just been telling us that if we approach this from any approach other than a left-wing progressive one, that we are literally murdering children or murdering people because their mental health is so bad. But then suddenly when we actually want to agree with you and call it mental illness, we're fucking idiots.
No, because so no one called you an idiot, Lauren. So real quick. So again, having a high rate of mental illness, and someone can still make the pronoun argument. That's not the argument I make, by the way. It's a different topic than what we came to discuss, which I'm happy to do so.
What argument do you make? Avi, what argument
someone
do you make?
can make that argument saying, okay, well, there's a high rate of mental illness in this population, while it being compatible with that condition, not in and of itself being a mental illness. So someone can just as easily make the same pronoun argument while maintaining that transgenderism is not a mental illness. They can just say, well, it leads or it's associated with a high rate of mental illness, even though it is not a mental illness. And we make the same, they can make the same pronoun argument saying, okay, well, because that's the case, and because it just so happens to be that these individuals do have high rates of suicide, and that can increase the rate, they can make the same pronoun argument. There's no entailment.
Okay, so let me ask you: is gender transitioning, like therapy, whether it be hormone therapy or surgery, is that a medical or a cosmetic procedure?
Oh my god.
That is,
oh my god.
it can be, well,
Fuck
technically
you,
it can be either
Lauren.
one.
Fuck
so
you.
generally, it is a medical procedure. For people who have gender dysphoria.
80%
and it has been shown to reduce the risks of suicide in the
Therefore,
best data.
is
Your
being a man a
expert
mental
would agree with that.
illness?
Who I just spoke to today, by the way. Now, if the idea is to say, well, if it's not a mental illness, then why are we giving them surgeries? Well, again, the reason we're giving these people surgeries by covering them is not because they're transgender per se. The reason we give them these surgeries is because they have gender dysphoria. They have something that is a mental illness.
Do you think gender dysphoria is a mental illness?
Yes.
Okay,
it
well,
is.
All right,
it's classified as a
Most
DSM-5.
people who are transgender have dysphoria.
There's absolutely no difference.
Wait, that's, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait.
There's no difference. There is absolutely no difference. In somebody that feels like they're born.
Wouldn't it be, I mean,
born in the wrong body.
Well, wait a minute. Yes, there is. Yes, well, there absolutely is.
Okay.
Oh, don't quote me on the 80% thing, but it's 4-1 in Europe. That's either 80% or 75.
Yeah, go ahead and explain.
Sure. So the definition of transgenderism is the condition of someone feeling that they are not the same gender as they are the sex, or as the one they were assigned or said to have at birth. That's completely different from gender dysphoria, which is a condition that causes mental anguish or causes harm to someone's psyche, such that there's a disconnect between their mind and their body, such that they can't do certain things. They have impaired social function. They have impaired ability to, they start getting depression things. That's a completely different thing than just being transgender per se. Not everyone who has transgender dysphoria. And if you think it's not different, if any of you, Lauren Southern or Lauren Witzke, think it's not different, then what's the contradiction between someone, for someone entailed by someone being transgender without having gender dysphoria?
What percentage of transgender individuals have dysphoria? Is there any research on that?
It's
oh my god
to the debate proposition. Like, whether it's 99% or 1%, it would still be the case that transgenderism is still different.
People in my chat have got this right. This is just like a silly semantic debate. Mm-hmm. People who have gender dysphoria, which is going to be a large portion of people with transgenderism because they feel they are in the wrong body, have a mental illness. And maybe, sure, there's this like 1% of people that feel perfectly fine with their body, but think that they're the other gender or whatever. I'm willing to accept that, fine, but it doesn't get rid of the broader point that gender dysphoria, which is one of the main aspects of transgenderism, a very large part of it, which is why so many people want hormone treatment.
Enough with this transgenderism shit.
For surgery, for kids to get hormone blockers, is because gender dysphoria is one of the main aspects of the transgender community right now, and one of the main aspects of having transgenderism.
Well,
dismissing it as a semantic argument is not going to work, because again, that's the debate proposition. You can I wish if only that move would work, where to call something a semantic dispute when it actually means something else, to substitute it in with an argument saying, well, because this is correlated to that. It doesn't matter if it's 99%.
This is why philosophy does not help you be a better debate, bro. This is why philosophy is not helpful in that, right?
So gender dysphoria is defined by the DSM-5.
Like the fact that,
and I'll pull that up for you right now. No problem.
Here's what's happening. He's right about some things. There's things that she should know better than, but because the audience doesn't know better, when it acts smug, it doesn't look good, right? And just like his reactions and shit. Like, I don't know. I almost think this guy shouldn't be a debater. No offense, Avi, but like, you're not doing your side any favors here. I'm not taking a shit on you or anything like that. Like, it's just that, like, this is kind of tailor-made for her. Like, it almost looks like you were picked to lose. And that's what Politically Provoked does. And that's what Prime panels do sometimes, chat. They pick winners, and Dylan's literally admitted to it, right? That like that's not even something he hides, right? They're picking the winners. They're picking the losers.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Is the state of transgenderism not feeling like your body does not match?
No, but there's an additional criteria. It's not just that. Okay,
All
so
right,
gender
you tell
dysphoria
me.
in adolescents and adults. Yeah, sure. So,
Oh my god, no!
so it's a marked so it has the following criteria.
It's like a black hole of charisma sitting over here.
So it has a marked incongruence between one's experience or expressed gender and assigned gender of at least 6 months duration, as manifested by at least 2 of the following. A marked incongruence between one experience. I'm just making sure this is from the DSM-5. Give me 1 second. The point is, and I'll read it out.
No, read it all.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
What's the second
so
one?
In
So
adults,
the first one is a marked incongruence.
Yeah. And the second one is a strong desire to be rid of one's primary or secondary sex characteristics because of a marked incongruence with one experience.
So that's being transgender.
And then
so the DSM-5
a strong.
has being
It's not. That's not.
If you being transgender is having an incongruence with your mind.
If you wouldn't interrupt me for a second, it's not the only criteria there. Let me finish. If you told me to read out the whole thing, I was going to read you the relevant part, but you wanted me to read the whole thing.
Oh my
and if I'm
god,
going to do that, don't
this
interrupt
is going so
Number
badly.
3, a strong
this
desire.
is going so badly. Can we roll a Christmas savings throw?
Number 4, a strong desire to be of the other gender. Number 5, a strong desire to be treated as the other gender. Number 6,
There's
a
not a
conviction
strong
that one has
tag
the typical
team
feelings
vibe.
and reactions of the other gender. And B, the B criteria, the condition is associated, this is a necessary criteria, condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. If you don't have that criteria, then it doesn't matter if you have all of the 6A criteria. You do not have gender dysphoria, even if you are transgender. That's how
you
it's
don't have
defined in the
distress,
DSM-5.
is what you're saying? Well,
So
we are looking at, I believe it's a 60% depression rate, 40% suicide rate.
Well,
if that isn't distress, I'm not really sure what is.
Well,
Doc.
listen, if anybody's gonna make up for Abby's lack of optics, it's fascist Barbie over here. Look at that. She's happy. They got the 40%. She's fucking so happy that trans people are killing themselves. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, listen, and like, Lauren, I'm sure like you'd have some other explanation for that. Like, I was just happy I was winning the debate or something, right? But like, that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
I mean, we can say that there's
my
a
God,
large
this is
number
so
of
bad.
trans people who have dysphoria
This
and
is so
have
fucking bad.
certain negative mental outcomes, while still saying that there's no logical contradiction in someone being transgender and not having those mental outcomes.
So
Yeah.
what you're basically saying is there's this potential small percentage of people that feel like they are in the wrong body. They feel like they are mentally
Oh, good point. Witzke, is that how you pronounce her name? She's like the tip. She's like the tip of the spear.
woman or a man, but in the sex characteristics of the other gender or sex. Man, gotta keep up with the progressive terminology here.
Chat. No,
and
just a second. Laura's gonna take a load off. Okay, yo, this progressive terminology, it's so onerous. Getting people's pronouns right. Gender and sex. Oh my god, this is a very anti-intellectual, and the funny thing is, Lauren is not anti-intellectual herself. She is not dumb herself, but she knows what audience she's playing to, right? And so she's using other people's anti-intellectualism, right? To be like, oh, this is fucking nerd shit, fuck this, I'm Lauren Southern, I'm cool.
Small percent are entirely unbothered or not unbothered to a degree that would be emotional.
Sorry, I'm gonna make fun of you this whole thing, Lauren. I'm sorry.
The DSM-5 version of a mental illness. That's what you're suggesting.
Do you know that? Okay, so here's
what I'm saying is that
I was actually supposed to play Lauren Southern at some point. Okay, sort of, kind of, maybe. Tristan had a video, right, where he had a part for a reporter, and I was supposed to like I was asking him who he, like, what right-wing, like, it was like a right-wing reporter for Fox News or something. I was like, so who do you have in mind? Who is this like? What could I use for a frame of reference? And Tristan said, Lauren Southern. And I was like, I hadn't really watched that much of her content. I knew she was Canadian. Somehow I ended up doing like a Midwestern I did like a Midwestern accent, and it totally ruined it. I don't know what I was doing. Since then, I've been able to grab a few of her characteristics and kind of like be able to, riff on them. Oh my god, chat, she's kind of fun. She's kind of fun, I gotta say. She's got... Don't worry, I'm never gonna be her in a video or anything like that, but I might have to voice her for Tristan if Tristan ever needs a Lauren Southern again.
What I am
Hey,
saying
listen, chat. It's hard to get Canadian alt-right streamers, okay? They're really hard to find, okay? So, if you could get another Canadian alt-right streamer to play Lauren Southern, it's always better.
Transgenderism and gender dysphoria are two different things, and transgenderism is not a mental illness. Gender dysphoria is.
Good point.
And the specific criteria that differentiates gender dysphoria is the B criteria as outlined in the DSM-5, which is the condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. Now, given that, it is not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness. Now, I'm going to redirect this to the argument because I went along and answered 21 questions, playing 21 questions with the two Laurens here for quite some time. I just want, now Lauren Southern has completed the debate proposition from the outset.
Well, no,
seemingly a little sarcastically, but I'll just...
Oh my god, I was trying to like you, Abby. I was trying to like you.
What premise do you reject?
Are inherently connected. No, because now we have to answer the question of,
okay, so the... Oh, no, we've answered.
Inherently connected.
Yeah, we've answered that.
We've
answered that. The difference. Well, by definition, okay. Well, the difference. Well, here's the answer. Yeah, here's the answer. The difference between transgenderism and gender dysphoria is the B criteria in the DSM-5 that's necessary in order to have gender dysphoria, which is the condition is associated with clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning. You do not need to have that in order to be transgender. That's the difference. The difference is one requires this, one does not require this. Now, what's the contradiction?
So within the DSM-5, it suggests that.
How it's standard, how mental illness is
standardly. I'm not going to deny what the DSM-5 says, for sure.
Yeah, that's how it's standardly used in the medical.
Hey, nothing about us without us. This panel is why we need to listen to marginalized people on issues that affect them. Hell yeah.
That's how mental illness is standardly defined in the medical community. You agree with that?
I mean, well, let me check the definition of how they identify something like schizophrenia, which also includes people thinking they are, in positions where they are not, seeing things that are not congruent with necessarily the reality they're living in.
What's the relevance?
Because if this could simply be, I could potentially disagree with the DSM-5 definition. I'm not going to for now, but if
Lauren Witzke is an American politician. Good point.
Mental illness.
You're right. I didn't hear that.
You have to find something.
She didn't win,
that
but
is
she
not
ran.
congruent with reality, right? Or
no,
is it just
not
congruent with reality?
No. Wait. That's a different
question,
Lauren. That's a different question. You're jumping to a different question.
What did she ask?
You asked me what the difference. I didn't say it was how it defined mental illness. I said I gave you the difference between transgenderism and gender dysphoria. There are other mental illnesses that don't need to have that can have other things. Like, so you can be a schizophrenic who has delusions and has false beliefs and has disorganized speech. So the criteria, the DSM-5 criteria is going to be two of the following for a significant portion of time during 1 month period: 1, delusions; 2, hallucinations; 3, disorganized speech; frequent derailment or incoherence; 4, grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior; and 5, negative symptoms, which would be things like diminished emotional expression. So I'm not saying that that's the only way you can have a mental illness is to be gender dysphoria. All I'm pointing out to you is that gender dysphoria and transgenderism are accepted to be different things by the standard usage in the medical community.
And what I'm kind of suggesting is, if the DSM-5 says that, and we're just going to be like, well, we all have to just appeal to what the DSM-5 says, then what are Lauren and I sitting here supposed to do? Well, I guess that's what the DSM-5 says, right?
Well, no, you could make an argument. No, you could make
good point, Lauren. You just hit on it right there. This debate shouldn't be happening. There's no reason for the debate. The authoritative sources have spoken on the issue that you're asking, and the answer is either, depending on whether you acknowledge the fact that transgenderism isn't a thing, either syntax error for that question, or if you want to like if you want to decode that into like, you know, is being transgender, then the answer is no, right? So there it is. And what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to take the... Wait, does this work, chat? Is this an L? No, I'm a fucking loser. Wait, is it? No, that is. It is, right, that's an L. Yeah. You gotta take the L. Anyway, chat, I'm like, wait, which finger do I have to... Listen, I don't know how to do it, chat, because all I ever post is W's. I don't know how to do the... I don't know how to do the L. But, like, yeah, you gotta take the L. That's what you take the L, and the debate's over, and we don't have the debate, and everybody goes home and does something better with their life, and instead of asking the question, are transgender people a mental illness? We ask questions like, how do we stop discrimination against trans people? That's my idea. But then again, I'm not a Nazi panel host, so what do I know?
An argument? No, you can make an argument that given what this condition is, given what transgenderism is, it's entailed that there would be some sort of mental illness. So you can say, if someone has a gender that is not the same as their sex, then it follows that they will have either delusions or hallucinations or paranoid delusional disorder, for example. There's ways of making that argument. I don't think they work. I think they hilariously fail. But what I'm not doing here is I'm not saying the DSM defines transgenderism as not a mental illness. That's not what I'm doing. Again, I'm going to bring it back to the argument now. Now that we cleared up that transgenderism and gender dysphoria are not the same thing, I'm going to bring it back to the argument and ask what premise you reject.
Here's the
premise
deal.
One or premise
Abby, that's clear in your mind. That's probably clear in Mouthy's mind. That may be clear in Lauren's mind. It's not clear in the audience's mind. You are literally message not received here. You are literally... Why? They did this on purpose, chat. They got somebody that they knew was going to talk over the head of their audience, right? And then I don't know what the deal is with Mouthy. What there's plan? Maybe the Mouthy part is just like to fill out the panel. But like, holy shit, chat! Like this they got Avi for a reason, and I'm really trying not to hate on Avi for this. Listen, you're not the only one who's gone on these panels, okay? Like I mentioned before, Sansol has. There's a lot of people like that I would have thought would know better that have gone on politically provoked panels. So I'm gonna try to resist I know everyone wants bad ladies to say mean things, but I'm gonna save most of my mean things for Lauren and for politically provoked, and try to like maybe lay off the lefties that they brought on a little bit. Like I know. Like look, if I get worked up, I end up ad homing people, and I feel like my rhetoric is stronger without that. Honestly, yeah.
It's a simple argument.
Sure, like gender, I think 99.9% of transgender people probably have dysphoria, and therefore I don't think it's a ridiculous statement when people say transgenderism and mental illness are highly correlated. Like when someone says transgenderism is a mental illness, so they usually do mean dysphoria. I understand the semantic claim you're making that technically transgenderism and gender dysphoria have two different definitions. I understand that, but when most people talk about it, they're like, yes, you feel in your mind that the gender you are differs from your body. It tends to distress you. As Lauren just highlighted, the suicide rates are extreme.
So, I mean, I've had a little bit of a breakthrough, like in my understanding of this argument, in my understanding of what right-wingers think. Here's how they look at it. They see, like, okay, so if you were to talk about, like, stereotypes of mental illness, usually the stereotype is like a delusion. The classic one is "Je suis Napoleon," and if you think you're Napoleon, right? That's the classic trope of that's mental illness. You're not Napoleon. Napoleon's dead. You're not short enough to be Napoleon. Your French is bad. You're not Napoleon, okay? You're not Napoleon, and that's how we treat you. We don't treat you by being like, oh, well, let me help you get on your horse, Mr. Napoleon. And that's what the argument is that they say. Then they make the comparison. Okay, so therefore, we don't indulge Napoleon on his, crusade against, to conquer Europe. then we should not indulge the transgenderist in their attempt to conquer female spaces or so. No, that's mixing. That's if you mix turfism with this shit, okay? Which does happen. They do cross-pollinate, and they get like even more toxic, right? But so their argument is kind of like this, that like they want. What happens when I say I'm trans is for my therapist to try to talk me out of it. That's what should happen. In no circumstances should I be given meds. In no circumstances should I be given like a gender marker change, a name change. In no circumstances should any of this stuff happen. And anyone who's calling me by she, her pronouns, well, they're just reinforcing my delusion. They're actually enabling my mental illness. That's how Lauren and the rest of these transphobes are seeing it. And they're just like, why can't we just treat them the way we treat other mental illnesses, right? And it almost touches on something, because, right, the smears are often conflations of two marginalized groups, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Trans people with mental illness, right? And we're gonna hurt them both by smearing them together and saying, oh, this is highly correlated. You know, this one's bad and this one's bad and they're correlated. Oh my god, fucking weird champ, okay? That's their fucking weird champ argument. And it's kind of laughable. Because unbeknownst to them, not only aren't we going to move towards treating trans people like Je suis Napoleon, right? We are going to move more towards treating Napoleon with some dignity too, okay? And that doesn't mean that we're going to fucking, anyway, these two things shouldn't be conflated, but they are both areas of marginalization. And so the other thing that you can do to fuck up in this situation in one of these panels, right, is if you say, but I'm not like them, those mentally ill people, trans people good, mentally ill people bad, trans people good, trans people okay, mentally ill people, I'm not with, don't do that either, right? That's a big mistake too. And people do get drawn into that, right? We gotta hold space for both marginalized groups, in dealing with this. But this is part of why you don't debate Lauren Southern, because now you've got really bad decisions. You've got two really bad things to decide from. Do you want to fuck over people with mental illness, further that pejorative, or would you rather allow her to conflate being transgender with mental illness? Hey, like, this was in my Persona game that I was playing this morning. You know those, okay, so they asked you a riddle, they asked you, like, a question, or, like, the demons, like, if you want to get the cards from the demons, they ask you a question, and it'll be like, would you take the steep path, the winding path, or the dark path, And then the last choice is I'd turn around, okay? And that's a trick. It's like, wait, you think you have to take a path, but really, what if I just turned around and said no? So, like, the answer, steep path, dark path, winding path, no. Like, right? And that is the path that you need to take when it comes to debating fascists. Don't take the steep path. Don't take the dark path. Don't take the winding path. Don't take all three of the paths, okay? Take the path that leads you in the other direction of politically provoked and all its bullshit, and this shit will 100% wither on the vine. Lauren Southern will 100% wither on the vine, chat. We don't have to deal with this shit. And it doesn't help us. It doesn't help us, right? When you debate an ultranationalist, when you debate a fascist, when you debate a race realist, when you debate a transphobe, the winner is nobody. You even if you win, you lose. This is a bad game to play. Understand that. And understand it's not the only game you can play. And understand it's not the only way to enjoy debate, okay? I fucking enjoy debate. Fucking, some people find that cringe. And they have every right to. If you don't want to listen to debate, don't watch my debate content. But I like debating lefties. I like debating other leftists, right? I have fun with it. And I learn something. And when somebody, you know, proves me wrong on something, even if I realize I was wrong, like, you know, months after the fact, like with Mixed Vivian, right? I say it. I admit it. Because, like, my ego's not that tied up in this. This isn't something I do to prove that I'm better than other people. This is something I do, you know, to better understand the truth. And no, I don't think debate automatically finds you the truth. Like the Mixed Vivian thing, I rolled over Vivian and I was wrong, right? It can obscure the truth. So you should be careful of that too. But I don't think it's bad in all cases. I do, however, think that this debating fucking race realist, debating, you know, Nazi creeps, debating JF Garapi, debating Lauren Southern, this is a bad way to go. If you're calling yourself a leftist content creator, don't do this shit. Don't do, I mean, nobody, this, you're playing their game, okay? And even if you beat them, even if you have enjoy some kind of victory, like, you know, you won the debate, or something like that, they're going to do a drama cycle with you like Lauren did with Rose Wrist and with Lance. She made back anything she might have lost in the debate. I haven't watched it yet, chat, because I'm not big on watching fucking Nazi bitches in debates, but...
Really high, depression rates are really high. And so when people say transgenderism is a mental illness, the only disagreement there really would be that slight semantic separation from gender dysphoria, which tends to afflict the majority of transgender people, and perhaps this unicorn transgender person who is not bothered whatsoever, feels they need no surgery, feels they don't need to change their appearance at all because, you know, they're not distressed by anything that's going on in their head, or they're not distressed to a significant enough level. Like that, I could, sure, maybe that exists, fine.
So a
And
couple
in that
things.
case,
So again,
yeah,
calling it a
transgenderism-
semantic, again, calling it a semantic difference doesn't change the fact that this is a debate proposition, and
Okay,
again,
sure.
we're not
You
going to
won the
debate
debate.
whether
I don't
gender
care.
dysphoria is a mental illness. That's the debate.
You won the
Okay.
debate.
Wait, so
go.
just to
All right,
clarify,
just to be clear, then, Lauren, just to be clear, so you agree with me then that it is not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness.
Bro, sure, I don't care.
What?
Gender
Okay.
dysphoria
Wait, so the
is a
debate
mental
is
illness,
over.
and like 99% of transgender people have it.
Wait,
so,
can you
like,
can you just give me
that's
the
fine.
citation for 99?
Well,
wait,
that
I'm
was the
actually
debate
so
you
now
set
I
up.
the
have.
vast
Can you give me the
majority of
citation?
people. All right.
Wait,
I
can you,
know I
wait,
have
what
no
per-
citation. I just have never met a person
you just-
who is transgender that feels no need, that doesn't feel bothered by the fact to a significant degree
bothered
that
is
their
not-
mind doesn't match their body. And
I mean, I don't know, Lauren. I think that trans people that don't, like, you know... I think a lot of those people would be afraid to even be near you, right? You're toxic as fuck. Most trans people should know not to have anything to do with you, right? The fact that some, like, clout sharks are gonna clout shark is, you know, sad, but that's why. You probably don't know that many trans people, right? And the trans people you do know are not gonna disclose any feelings like that to you, because they feel like they'll be called mentally ill. Like, listen, I don't know why a fucking trans person would call you a friend. I really don't. I don't see it.
I don't know. Maybe
So
you know
bothered
these people,
bothered
but
to
I
a
don't know.
significant degree is not
Why are you such a fucking Nazi?
so bothered to a significant degree is not the same thing as the condition associated with clinically significant
Alright, John.
distress or
The only thing good to come out of the debates was this ban, yeah, and it's temporary.
permanent social state. Well, look, I'm
You're
just
right.
I'm just
No,
saying
you're right.
that
I should have kept with my initial premise. There's no mental illness, none at all, zero.
that's not what I
there's
okay,
nothing,
so when you
No,
when you say it like
transgenderism
that,
is not a mental illness at all. There's
okay,
nothing.
cool.
There,
Cool.
Yeah.
Now
There's
it's
no
associated.
correlation.
Now we
when people
agree.
make that
Now
assertion,
that's not what
they
we
are
said.
just
That's not
completely.
Lauren, don't stop.
Stop. How do you think that cuts? How does this cut, chat? Because she's sarcastically agreeing with him. I've seen this tactic before. I've seen this shit before. I wonder who was the... It almost seems like something Destiny would do, but I don't know if Destiny really originated this.
That's not. We're not saying there's no association. We're granting. We agree with that. There's a clear correlation with mental illness.
Okay.
100%.
Then we agree.
Okay.
So when people say,
so we don't have a. Yeah.
All right. So transgenderism is highly correlated with mental illness. Does that fly with you?
Yes, it does fly
perfect.
with me. The only thing I'm defending here is that transgenderism is not a. Now look,
Look at this debate, bro, treating my existence like a fucking rhetorical game. Look at this shit.
It's 10%. I know
this is gross.
I know that 80, the last time I asked a sociologist,
this is gross,
80% of transgender people didn't end up getting surgery. Now maybe that's because they had a lack of access, but I know there are quite a few. I do know quite a few transgender people who don't have dysphoria, who have not gotten surgery. So I don't know the percentages on it, but regardless, it seems like Lauren Southern agrees on this debate proposition. That just leaves Lauren Witzke. So Lauren Witzke, do you agree as well with Lauren Southern that it's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness, or do you disagree with Lauren Southern on that? Do we have agreement with you as well, or no?
No, actually, I'm still sitting here trying to allow you to convince me that it's not a mental illness, and single thing you've said has kind of reestablished what I was already thinking. As far as your first sentence, I'm not really sure what this is. Like, I don't know if you wrote this up beforehand. I don't know. But you said if transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. Well, as a doctor, you should know that people have coinciding conditions. People may struggle with gender dysphoria, transgenderism, but also substance abuse, depression. So that's not exclusive to just transgenderism. They can have multiple ailments, all triggered from childhood sexual abuse that triggered them into that lifestyle in the first place. So to be honest with you, I'm not convinced. I'm bored. And it's very interesting. I'm actually more so taken back to know that we have doctors like you, people who know that you're enabling a lifestyle that hurts people, that kills people, that ends up destroying lives. And you're still just defending it, and it's just shocking.
Wait, so if we want to talk about
premise? So wait, no, keep her to the argument. What premise do you reject then?
Well, I mean, I believe it's a mental illness, and you have not convinced me otherwise. So.
Okay, well, what's the logical contradiction in there being a trans person who doesn't have a mental illness?
She didn't say what premise she rejects, Mouthy. Wait, just to be clear, so Lauren Southern agrees the argument is sound. So we're done with debating her then, right? We agree, Lauren. So the argument is sound on your view?
I honestly don't care. I think we need transgender people in all of our sports. I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with them.
Stop.
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said that. We're not even talking about transgender sports. That's genuinely my position as of late. I'm actually not trying to conflate your position. That's genuinely how I feel right now. I literally am at the point where I'm like, we need to just open it all up and let people just see how it goes, open the floodgates, have absolutely no inhibition.
That's fine. I actually don't. Okay, so regardless of what your views on that topic are, you agree with the argument I presented is sound or not?
As in the premises are true. Sure, it probably is. I don't doubt that you've probably written a conclusion here that is accurate in your equation, much like how there have been physicists that have been able to write on the back of a napkin an equation that shows bees can't fly. I'm sure you have written something that logically makes sense. But just in the real world, to me,
my God,
the majority
I didn't even
realize.
Oh my God, Chad, do you see what that is?
I don't think it's that crazy.
Do you see what that is? Did you hear what she just did?
I think that once again.
Oh my God. Okay, the napkin. The bees can't fly. Okay. That is if you're anti-intellectual, what you want to hear is that, look, all those big words they talk about and stuff, they don't really mean anything. Your understanding is good enough. All you'll do is get yourself in trouble if you concentrate on that stuff too much. follow it to its logical conclusions. There's no need for it. There's no need for it. Hell, you know, they can even prove the facts don't exist using facts, so that means that facts aren't facts in the bill. It's just better to be intellectually uncurious. Like, it works for this crowd, it fucking works. This is so frustrating. They've got them under a spell. These people are under a spell. This anti-intellectualism is an absolute spell. That's how she's communicating. And the funny thing is, she's not a dumb bitch. She's not anywhere close to a dumb bitch. She's hurting these people. She is
So this isn't answering the question.
I actually do not see the point of this debate. I don't. Like, sure, transgenderism is not a mental illness, whatever. I can accept that. That doesn't change the fact that the vast majority of transgender people have gender dysphoria, and therefore, when we talk about this issue, we talk about the mental illness aspect.
That's fine, Lauren. Okay, look, Lauren, and that's, by the way, that's what I wanted to talk with.
You know, they can just... Did you hear that one story about the guy that proved that bees can't fly? It was a perfectly sound scientific arguments, perfectly reasonable proofs. All this stuff that they use to prove that, like, global warming, for instance, is a real thing, you could also use it to prove that bees can't fly. And bees can fly, so clearly there's something the scientists don't understand.
With you about, really, that's what I prefer to do instead of a semantic discussion like this. But I'm glad so just to be clear, we agree that it's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness. The conclusion of this argument, you agree that that's true.
Sure, I don't even care.
Okay, cool, that's fine enough for me. Okay.
That doesn't matter to me.
Well,
okay,
then
so
it looks like it's three against. I guess it's 3 against 1 then, because I'm holding strong.
Okay.
I will not
we'll
cave
get to you.
on
We'll
this.
get to you.
You cannot tell me.
Nobody cares about the other Lauren. Oh my god.
So just to be clear,
it doesn't matter.
Whether you care about it or
she's literally got to be like over the top to even get attention.
If you define it differently, it doesn't change the fact that the vast majority of transgender people have gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness. Like, it doesn't matter how you guys want to define all of this.
We're not defining. When you say define it,
it's like shoving what's left in your brain in the blender.
Differently, it's the implication is that we're using some sort of.
Look, I feel like Hunter S. Thompson is played by Johnny Depp in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. You know, like he's like, look in the sky. Some kind of electric snake. And his friend is like, what are you gonna do? Like, or what should we do? And his friend is like, shoot it. And he's like, no, I want to study its habits first. That's what I feel like. I'm like, no, let's find out how Lauren does her thing. I mean, that's about the only thing that this shit is useful for, is deconstructing the rhetoric, right? And you can do that after the fact. You don't need to go do it on a debate panel. In fact, it's really hard to do it on a debate panel. The one time I did it, it's because somebody was using something that I'm very familiar with, right? And it was a simple thing, and I was able to show people how it worked live on the debate. That doesn't always happen on debates. In fact, most of the time it's pretty hard to do that. So, you know, coming in after the fact to deconstruct someone's rhetoric, how it works, who it's appealing to, and, you know, I mean, I'm not giving people advice for, like, how to debate Lauren Southern, right? I guess I'm trying to think more about how to deal with the arguments that people like Lauren Southern put out there. Because you are going to have to deal with this shit in your real life. You are going to have to hear this from people. And it's nice to not get sucked into these basic debate bitch tactics.
Proprietary language here. I'm not using proprietary language in any of my terms. I'm just giving them to you how they're standardly used, either in the medical community. Transgenderism, I'm using the Cambridge Dictionary. And in terms of the reason I'm doing that, because transgenderism never appears in the DSM. Only transsexualism ever appeared in it historically. Transgenderism, I don't even believe it ever appeared in any version of the DSM. So I'm using a dictionary definition. I'm trying to do standardly used terminology here. So I'm not trying to.
So basically, you're essentially saying that it's not a mental illness.
Wait, friend of Riley's,
because it hasn't been clinically diagnosed.
I don't know, Chad. I'm not saying.
We're talking about, yeah, that's what you're saying. Because it has not been documented as a mental illness. But because it's written on paper or not doesn't matter. It doesn't
That's exactly
matter.
what I'm
it
trying
is
to
what
say.
it is.
You're not tracking.
I'm
you're
trying
not
to say
tracking.
in reality, we can see that amongst this community, like there.
The reason I'm saying it's not a mental illness was given by an argument. That's the definitions that are used for the terms that appear in the argument. I'm just trying to point out that I'm not trying to pull any idiosyncratic definitions or proprietary terms. I'm trying.
I don't know, Chad. I don't know if anybody on this panel would meet the. Also, why do they have 3 moderators when the moderators never do anything? They added another moderator, and the moderators still don't do anything. I mean, they do introduce the debate, but... Who's not transphobic on this panel? I don't know. Listen, I don't know about Mouthy Infidel. Like, I know he's kind of a lefty. I don't know what his takes on trans issues are. I've seen some really bad Twitter takes from Mouthy Infidel. So I can't say that he's not transphobic. I can't say that about Avi either, especially, you know, with the use of the word... Well, I don't know. What the use of the word transsexual kind of like jumped up at me.
The best that I can, and I've done a good job at doing so, at providing in terms of how they're standardly used. The reason I'm saying it's not a mental illness is because it's possible for a transgender person to not have any mental illness. And if it was the case that transgenderism was a mental illness, that
Mouthy is probably regretting his presence on this panel.
That would not be possible. So if you don't care about that, that's fine, Lauren Southern. We can agree on that and we can move on, hopefully, and talk about the actual mental.
Yeah, it kind of is a debate between transphobic people. Really, though, I think it was supposed to be a setup, like, right? Like, I mean, the setup was just that Avi is so uncharismatic, smug, overly intellectual, and that, like, you could tell that to most audiences that was going to come off horribly. Whereas Lauren can couch her toxicity in friendliness and likability and, you know, just she is good at she is kind of talking down to people, but I'm guessing her audience doesn't mind.
What to do about that? That's the conversation that I'd like to have with you, rather than a conversation like,
oh, Mouthy did a good video debunking some transphobia, though that was quite a while ago, and I'm not familiar with what he said on Twitter.
This, but this was the...
Oh yeah, they're all right. Like, politically provoked. Like, listen, they would claim they're nonpartisan. We've got Brittany, who claims to be left wing. We've got Todd, who claims to be right wing, and then Justin Loris, the other left wing host. Since like Brittany's like, you know, was screen capped by Samantha Banana, like, you know, being very supportive of Nazis, right? So in reality, this whole thing seems like an Astroturf project of the far right.
Debate topic, and so that's...
If you want to understand politically provoked, that's my best guess. Astroturf project of the far right.
It's just trivially the case that transgenderism is not a mental illness. You don't care about it, that's fine.
Here's something I would say. The reason I don't care about it too is I actually think mental illness doesn't have much weight in today's world and conversation. Like, I think it's lost a lot of definition. Even when, so like I have ADHD, right? And I've gotten therapy for my ADHD, and I've been like, oh yeah, you know, I've got an inability to deal with these things. And even my therapist will be like, we call it neurodivergent. We don't call it a disorder, right? So even something that is literally labeled as a disorder is being changed to just being neurodivergent.
So,
and
Lauren, I mean, the thing that's funny is what she's saying is that she has mental illness. but she won't say she has mental illness. She doesn't want to call it a neurodivergence. She doesn't want to, like, slow walk it, right? But she's not going to own it either. Because she still wants to use mental illness as a pejorative. And if you do that, you have even, like, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance or what. Like,
I think that a lot of these definitions are going to change over time. So what is mental illness? What isn't? Female hysteria used to be mental illness, right? That isn't anymore. So that's why I actually really only care about dealing with what we see in reality. And I think that's what Lauren is addressing here too.
Cool.
But we can talk all day about your little dictionary definitions and what the DSM-5 says. I'll concede that.
I'll have to use that sometime. No.
And there are probably a lot of doctors who do
catch
observe
it?
that. And
Did you catch it?
But like
Did you
in
catch
reality, the majority of
Did
people
he catch
who
it?
are transgenders struggle.
Does he know he got cut? Does he know he got cut yet? Does Avi... Is Avi still in that... Is it... Oh, Lauren was just like, oh my wa, mo shindairu. And Avi's like, nani? And he starts spurting blood. Chat, did you catch it? Did everybody catch it? Do I have to explain what she just said? Or like just rehash? Look, you can look in your little dictionary. Yeah, your little dick. That's... She said it, but she didn't say it, chat. She said it, she didn't say it. If he calls it out, he draws more attention to it. So yeah, he's either oblivious to what she just did, or he's trying to pretend to be oblivious, because that is the way to get it to go away faster. But yeah,
Deeply with mental illness issues.
oh my god,
And that's just why people tend to make
So, yep,
comment.
Lauren, I agree. I agree with you that the majority. I'll agree with you, even the majority. Although I have to look through the literature
dude,
to see the exact percentage.
Listen,
but I'll agree with you that
look, Kevin Logan called me trash. Kevin Logan, you haven't even seen trash yet. You haven't even seen trash until you see trad trash like this.
there's a strong correlation
Also,
between
Kevin Logan
people
is
who are
trash,
transgender
so
and
there's
having
that.
mental illness. And the conversation that I really would have liked to have with you is what to do about that, and the data involved in that. That's what I wanted. However, that's not what we're here today, as you've agreed, you've told me. We're here for to debate whether transgenderism. Now you've conceded, you've already agreed with me. It's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness, and you don't care about that. Now it's fine if you don't care about that, but that unfortunately is what the debate topic is. I regrettably, I'd love to have the more important conversation with you.
I do want to give Mouthy some time, because you're kind of being a little bit of a ball hog
That's
here.
fine. Yeah,
what?
That's fine. Now, Mouthy, one thing, now,
Mouthy.
Lauren's out of the equation now, because Lauren Southern is, because she's conceded for this debate topic. It's just Lauren Witzke now. I would just keep her to the argument. Yeah, I would just lose. I would just keep her to the argument and which premise she rejects. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why
I
is
mean,
he acquiescing to her
so
garbage framing?
yeah, so I mean,
don't know.
I guess like which part of the argument do you like not accept? Like, so I guess, do you agree that like if transgenderism is a mental illness, then that means that it's not logically possible for there to be a transgender person who doesn't have a mental illness?
Okay. So, all right, I'm going to reverse this back to what I understand, kind of. Okay, so I'm going to apply this to addiction, because addiction is what I know through and through. Now, I understand where Abby's coming from, where he is saying that transgenderism is a result of mental illness. You know, they say with addiction recovery, they have classified addiction as a mental illness, which I completely disagree with. I think it's a choice, it's a personal choice. Addiction is the result of mental illness or bad choices. So the end result's addiction. With transgenderism, the end result is
she understands addiction either.
Cutting your dick off, like all these things. I see the end result. So I'm trying to understand if he is saying that transgenderism is a.
Listen, Lauren, I had somebody else do it for me. Jesus Christ, lady, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you?
End result of a mental illness, or as opposed to being a mental illness itself.
Come on. What are you thinking?
So I'm saying that
what are you thinking?
I'm saying that transgenderism is associated is even strongly associated with mental illnesses. However, transgenderism in and of itself is not a mental illness. Now, I just point out that you didn't address which premise was incorrect. So you're given an argument. You have two premises and a conclusion. It's a modus tollens argument. It's valid. So in order for it to not be sound, one of the premises needs to be false.
And they say transes are
Otherwise,
edgy.
the conclusion that it's not the case that transgenderism is a mental illness goes through. So which premise do you reject?
Well, I reject the premise that people have to be like, they can't have a mental illness and be transgender.
Well, I don't think that is a premise of the argument.
No, it says it right there. It's right there.
Well, we're not saying that
it's possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness because we see it. I'm not operating in delusions here.
The premise is if transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness, right? We're just saying that as sort of as like an analytic entailment, like
and then the second premise,
I kind of like Justin's avatar. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And so the claim is just that
the point is that
Justin, don't get sucked into political
My internet's getting a little bit.
Don't get sucked in.
Yeah. So
we had a little bit of a reload in this whole
the claim is just that if you're going to say that transgenderism is a mental illness, then you have to say that it's not logically possible for there to be a person who is trans and doesn't have a mental illness. We're not saying that a trans person can't have a mental illness. We're just saying that, like, it would be entailed by your view that, or it's a premise of the argument that if this is something that you want to say, you're going to have to show that it's not logically possible.
Okay. Well, he said that, Avi actually said earlier about how there was that sixth element that differentiates between gender dysphoria and transgenderism, and that's distress. It causes them distress. It causes them mental pain to a degree. And I really honestly haven't encountered a transgender person who wasn't in pain. You can't tell me that after they self-mutilate themselves.
Oh my God. Okay, so here's what I'm curious about, chat, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, wait, can we do a poll? We can do a poll now, chat. YouTube polls. We can do polls. Yes, we can. Okay, so I want to do a poll on do you think Lauren Southern or Lauren Witzke got the stream banned by TOSing? So everybody knows what I mean by that? Like, do you think it was what Lauren Southern said? Or do you think it was what Lauren Witzke said that actually got the stream banned? Because, like, I feel like Lauren Witzke is gonna be. I feel like if anybody's like, she's definitely in TOS territory. I'm not sure. Oh God, or both. Is it maybe it's both? I should put both down as an option. And they're like, neither. It was Justin. Neither it was Justin. Okay, no, we're not really gonna do a meme answer. Here we go. So, do you think it was Lauren Southern or Lauren Witzke getting the stream banned by TOSing? Southern, Witzke, or both? Here we go, chat. There is your poll. I guess it's Witzke, but I'm not sure that what was said. Yeah, like, so, because Lauren said some bad stuff. She said correlated, these two things are in tandem, mental illness and being transgender. She said bad stuff. I just don't know if it's TOS. And Lauren Witzke, she seems like the one that just doesn't give a fuck. She's just gonna go for shit. She's like I said, chat, she's vying for attention against a legitimate star. Like, she is filling out this debate panel right now. She is the cabbage in the succulent Chinese meal, okay? And so she needs to stand out somehow. She needs to stand out.
They aren't in excruciating pain. So I don't understand how trying to create...
Wait, I don't think either. It will be what comes later that does it. Wait, and said by somebody else? Or, yeah, she hates God. She has God on her side, yeah.
A different, like, you're trying to make them different, but they're the same. And one is classified as a mental illness and one is not, because it's not written down on paper. And that has been your argument. So, you know,
it's just
from
paper.
Where I stand, you know,
the DSM-5 is just
paper. It looks like
paper.
a mental illness
it's
to me.
Paper,
I don't
chat.
operate in delusions. I'm not going to make excuses or try to twist things or throw some decorated words at the girls to try to confuse them. This is what I see. This is what I know. And I haven't been convinced any differently. So I'm going to stick with, I disagree with you.
Throw some decorative words at the girls? Oh, she's calling the anti her side streamers girls because they're guys, and by debasing their masculinity, we punish men who veer outside of the... I don't know, she's like... she's gender policing them. You can't support trans people and be a real man. Real men are transphobic, okay? So you're just girls, I guess. Wow. She's such fucking hot trash. She's absolutely, like I said, trad trash.
Absolutely 100% disagree, because people that do struggle with gender dysphoria and are distressed, people that suffer with transgenderism or wanting to transition, wanting to self-mutilate themselves, that is distress. And that is the part of gender dysphoria that makes it a mental illness. So let's operate in reality here. Let's try to operate in reality at least and not participate in delusions. So, you know, I don't know what you're asking me.
I mean,
all I know is that,
listen, if you're asking me to not participate in delusions, it would help if you weren't in a flop sweat of transphobia. At this very moment, okay? Listen. If anybody's cognition might be slightly... It's Sweaty Barbie over here. It's Sweaty Barbie, okay?
It looks like a mental illness to me. I haven't been convinced otherwise. And that's just what it is. You know, that is what it is.
So we've been through this already.
Can I just jump in here? Because I want to just clarify, like, Lauren's making a very similar point to what I was trying to get across, which is pretty much the point is, like, I'm reading the DSM-5 right now, and the definition of gender dysphoria just doesn't sound that different from the definition of transgenderism.
Yes, it is, and we can go through that again if you like. We can go over for a debate.
No, we really don't want to. But like
well, Lauren, is there a reason for me to think that you're a competent, like, understander of these things to the point where we could trust your assessment of whether two definitions are fundamentally the same or not? Because I'm going to press D to doubt. I don't think that's your wheelhouse, Lauren. I don't think that's your wheelhouse.
I was saying,
but if you're going to make, can you go back on the no. The difference is very simple. Gender dysphoria in the DSM-5 requires the B criteria, which is the condition is associated with significant stress.
Yes, we understand that. It's
great.
What Lauren is saying
pointing out that it's similar is not the.
What the other Lauren is saying, which is also something I've experienced. Mm-hmm. I've had a lot of transgender friends, believe it or not, which means I'm obviously not transphobic. Look at my trans friend, JK. But
okay, there's not unironically, but yeah, you're all your transgender friends, Samantha Banana and all of her alts. That's what she means. That's what she's talking about. Like, chat. Samantha and Banana and all the alts that she uses to harass me. That's what Lauren's talking about. Yeah, you do have a lot of trans friends. Samantha and all of her many selves, and all of her many guises, the multi-dimensional traveler, Samantha Banana, in all of her splendid alt accounts, some of which I think might not be quite within Twitch terms of service, but you could ask Aiko about that. Aiko still laughed.
But no, like every transgender person I have ever met has dealt with significant distress. I've never met someone who hasn't. Lauren has said the same thing, and maybe we're just going off of our personal life experience, but when I watch media on this, when I watch debates on this, when I go out into the world and watch speeches at universities on this,
Can you imagine being a trans person who knows Lauren Witzke? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine having her in your life? Can you imagine having her in your real life? Like, she's, like, acting like, I mean, not only does she know, like, trans women, because she knows, like, 18 Samantha Banana alt accounts, right? But Lauren Witzke over here is, like, is given the same credibility. D to doubt. D to doubt, my girls. D to doubt.
The main topics that is always brought up is how much distress being transgender causes someone, particularly when they can't get treatment, when they can't get hormone blockers, when they can't present the way they want to. Like, this is what we say when we're like, the definitions actually don't sound that different of gender dysphoria and transgenderism.
It's wider than the U.S. Congress.
Anyone who has eyes can see transgender people explaining how being transgender and not being congruent with how they feel their sex and
gender. It is a Nazi platform.
Gender causes them distress. And I do think that if you are a human being, any human being, if you feel there is something so drastic as your entire body,
yeah, she is scary.
Your genitals, like the way your face is not congruent with how you want to look, how could that not cause distress?
If you're not a conservative Christian who is like perfect or I don't know, Orthodox, you said, so not evangelical, but like if you're not super tradcon around this lady, you're not gonna have a good time. She's gonna be mean. She's gonna be really mean to you. Yeah, not just trans people, okay? If you're like, you know, a little too touchy-feely with your SO and you're not married yet, like she's gonna give you a look, you know? She's that kind of tradcon.
Like, I don't see how it could not.
So
I don't see a situation in which there is a person who is transgender that doesn't feel
this is such a worthless debate too.
If all of that
like,
is
true,
you're
just going
compatible
over, like,
with transgenderism not being a mental illness. Because again, we keep going.
Distress was the main factor of the mental illness aspect.
No, because again,
that it causes
no. It can cause. Yes, because something can cause someone a mental illness, but that thing that causes it is not a mental illness.
Okay, I have
there are
question.
people who look. There.
But
Wait, hold on. No, it's not. No, it's
like
not.
The best thing he said.
Because
no, it's not. The difference
is like the best thing, the most useful thing he said so far.
The definition
naturally causes distress.
No.
Then it, like,
wait. Not in no because no. You're not tracking now. Now you're not tracking. Look,
okay,
if there is
I guess I'm just not tracking.
If A overlaps,
oh my
B,
god,
really not. Look, if A overlaps with B, okay, and B and the fact that A overlaps with B doesn't make A and B the same thing.
I mean, they picked their demographics. Unfortunately, hers is a lot bigger than his.
There is overlap in the definition of transgenderism, gender dysphoria. However, there is also a non-overlap. The non-overlap is a criteria that is not
just
present.
Now. Yeah, just now she's not tracking
what is necessary to be transgender. And there are transgender people who don't have dysphoria. By the way, a lot of those people are people who already had their dysphoria removed with therapies. Now, if transgenderism was inherently a mental illness, then it wouldn't be possible for you to alleviate that dysphoria even because, or not alleviate dysphoria, it wouldn't be possible even after those therapies to not have mental illness. Because by definition, you would still have mental illness because you're transgender. And that's it. You would always have it. The point here is just that they're not the same thing. Just because there's commonalities or similarities in the first set of definitions, in the first set of criteria, doesn't mean they're the same definition because there is a required definition. There's a required criteria that is not present in the other one. And yes, I know trans people who don't have dysphoria. You may not admit, but but just saying that I haven't met one,
let
that doesn't
me,
mean they don't
ask.
exist.
Your trans
Yeah, sure.
friend or person you know that doesn't have dysphoria, do they just present as the gender or sex they were born and they do nothing to change it?
No, they do certain things to change it, but they don't have
why
they
would
don't
they
have
change
significant
it if they're entirely unbothered?
because they prefer it's not that they're entirely unbothered.
Or
it's that they prefer it.
Okay.
So like, how do we measure?
Can anybody figure out whose mic is like really loud in this group? I think it's Lauren's. I think Lauren's Lavalier. No, it's not a Lavalier. It's definitely Lauren. She's got a headphone mic. She's got a headphone mic, chat. I think it's her headphone mic. It's scratching against her hair. It's really loud. Brittany's writing a manifesto and Todd is furiously... Oh, that's the other thing. I always wondered about this. What are they doing during the debate? Because they sure as fuck are not moderating, right? Yeah, Brittany's doing something. Brittany's getting some work done or something. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Manifesto, sure, I'll buy it. And who is the other? Todd is furiously Todding. Well, yeah, I mean, nobody can see what Todd's doing behind that avatar, so... I don't know, chat. I mean, he could be doing anything. He could be watching NCC. He could be... Maybe he's an NCC fan. Like, they say he's a right-winger. But since politically provoked always lies, maybe he's an actual closeted NCC fan, yeah?
For the degree of bothered,
that's
know?
Just,
like, how
that's,
do we...
That's just going to be an so that's an epistemic question, and I'd be happy to discuss that with you.
We never even hear Todd.
But that's not the topic of the debate. Like, regardless of how we measure it.
Now, I'm sure that Todd plays some role in the Discord. Like, there's a reason for Todd being there, right? I'm sure there's a reason, right? But I don't think I have, like, ever heard from Todd. I don't think I've ever heard from Todd. I don't think Todd's ever said... does Todd ever talk?
Just going to be an epistemic question out of...
Did Todd say something this time?
Well, no, actually, no, I'm genuinely curious. I am. Like, if you went up to your friend
I
and
agree
said...
you're curious, but...
No. Like, if you went up to your friend and said, okay, you have to... is it male to female or female to male? Just for the sake of this question. Your friend. Are they male to female? Or...
Yeah, it would be, the person is male to female.
Male to female. Okay, so if you said you have to live appearing like a male for the rest of your life, you're not allowed to make any changes, do you think they would be significantly distressed by that?
According to that person, well, so if someone imposed that on them, I don't know. If someone, like, forced them to do that, that's introducing another variable. What this person has told me is that they, what this person has told me...
If they couldn't do something to alleviate it, do you think they'd be significantly distressed?
If they couldn't do something to alleviate it, what this person has told me is that they were still able to get along with their life just fine. It's just that they prefer it.
So they've just changed their gender because they prefer it, and if Look, there are some people. Look, I'm not saying this is the majority. So is transgenderism a choice then?
You're asking somebody
being
who
a
may not
I don't
have
think.
the
Well, no, I don't think
answer
it's
all your questions.
A choice. Look, having a preference doesn't mean
like they can
the
choose one day
itself.
and not really care that much.
No. That's not entailed. Because you can have. Look, I'm just saying there are certain things that constitute their preferences, and those things form the gender. I'm not saying that they are making a choice to do this or not. There are certain inclinations that they've had that are just not to the level that they cause
one way or
significant.
another.
Stop, Lauren. You're not again when you keep saying it doesn't bother them. You know that's not what I'm saying either. Stop.
No, but if it doesn't bother them to the point where they could be fine living the other way, like you just said, you were the one who said that they would be fine living the other way, then it kind of sounds like it's a choice.
Stop, Lauren. You're okay. So what I said was that they don't get to the level where it's significant distress. Okay, that's what I said. Now, every time when you go and you say, "Oh, well, they're just fine. It doesn't bother them either way." It's not. I didn't say it doesn't bother them either way. When you keep framing it like that, it looks comedic to the other side. So it is. All I'm saying is it's possible for that to happen. Now, again,
there's been a number of things that have looked comedic towards Lauren's side for you this session, Avi.
I'll just point out that they're not the same thing because one requires this, the other doesn't. I don't want to cascade off in the weeds here because all the questions of how we measure it, the questions of the nature of gender, questions about medical interventions, which I tried to have a conversation with you before. I would love to have these conversations with you, Lauren, but that's not the debate topic.
Well, Avi,
what
I
want to know.
Avi, I think that we can kind of switch gears because you guys are kind of talking in circles a little bit. So maybe if we talk more about like mental health and transgender and kind of the solutions, I think everybody here agrees that suicide rates are really high, and those that identify as transgender.
I would love to have,
so,
and I'd be happy to do that.
Because you guys are in like a semantic argument and you're just talking in circles.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but this is the debate proposition that was posed. What I would like to do. By the way, I would like to, and if Lauren Witzke will agree that she has no counter argument to the argument that I put forward, I'd be happy to talk with Lauren Southern and Lauren Witzke about what we should do about the mental health conditions. That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to talk about that data.
I think
instead
that'd
of
be a
going into this
way to go with this.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
You guys are never going to agree, and it's just going to be circular.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on to about the suicide rates. Also, I find it very interesting that every American institution, we're looking at academia, the U.S. government, corporations, they all support trans rights. However, their suicide rates are still getting worse. Now this is an issue that we need to confront. Do we really need to start empowering something that is a self-destructive mental illness? Because the more we empower it, the worse things seem to get for this demographic of people. So I'd like to ask Avi the question, listen, like, why are we empowering a lifestyle that is hurting people, that is driving people to suicide, that is driving people to self-mutilation? You can't make...
I mean, this is defeatable with data, right? She's wrong on the
excuse that we're the problem.
She's stating things that we have data that, to the opposite effect.
It's because we oppose transgenders or we make them feel like we're less than. No, because every American institution supports them, and we're watching as they are deteriorating as people, as human beings, and getting worse. So why would we want to enable and make excuses for lifestyle? Actually, they even went to the extent of banning conversion therapy. It's banned in my home state of Delaware. People don't even have a right to change their mind, to talk through things, to work through childhood trauma that is causing them to have these self-mutilating, suicidal thoughts.
So I'd be happy to answer that question when you're going to tell me which premise.
I'm just numb to this shit now. I'm just like...
When we square up, when we finish up with the debate proposition, which is what we've been invited to debate, I'd be happy to go through the data with you with conversion therapies. I'd be happy to discuss the data with you on the effect of conversion therapies on suicide effects. I'd be happy to talk about all of that.
Avi.
Sorry, what?
Wait.
Go ahead.
Because it's more of a panel, and I know like you want a very direct debate topic, but when you're having like these 4 different people, you're gonna have to kind of like wiggle it a bit, because not everybody's gonna have the same exact positions. So I do want to kind of expand it a little bit and not just like narrow on this one particular thing, and maybe have
this was the debate. Well, Brittany, this was...
Wait a minute. I mean, do you know what that does? Like, I don't know if Brittany's trying to do this, but basically she got to throw out a bunch of easily disprovable points. And Brittany's telling Avi to move away from this subject?
Was the debate proposition.
But I had to kind of like wiggle it even like with that alone, because he wants.
What does she mean by wiggle it?
Look, if Lauren... I'll tell you what, like if Lauren Witzke will grant that she cannot say which premise she rejects.
Wiggle it, like what? Like change the subject?
Or cannot substantiate which premise is false, then I'd be happy to move on to the prescriptive or other topics. But until that happens, I'm going to stick to the argument that I presented for the debate proposition that I've been invited to. That Lauren Witzke has also been invited to.
But I also do want to give Mouthy some time to talk as well.
Sure, Mouthy will be happy to do the same. Go ahead, Mouthy.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe Mouthy's got the data on hand.
I mean, it seems like people are, like, I guess objecting to me and Avi by saying that the argument is sort of semantic. I mean, it sounds like the issue isn't with our argument. The issue is with the proposition itself, right? I mean, if we want to just say that, like, the proposition is irrelevant, we don't really care about what the topic actually is, I mean, that's fine. You can say that. But yeah, I mean, I guess there hasn't really been a clear counter argument to the argument as put forward on the issue of whether or not being trans is a mental illness. But
actually, I do want to make the point that when we talked about doing this, it was.
Where did this even come from? The idea that sexual trauma leads to transgender? Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like old. Like, is it like 50s stuff or something? It's like, or like, it sounds like an old understanding, right? Like, it sounds very, am I right? Or was it more recent?
Was going to be a panel discussion, so that's why I'm kind of like, well, I guess I lost. You know, you brought up the DSM-5. I didn't realize this was going to be we're trying to get someone to concede to our point, and point by point, here's my calculation, you lose, checkmate. Like, I actually thought we were going to have a discussion
and
here
that's
today, but it
to
doesn't sound like we're doing that. It sounds like you
Well,
want
Lauren,
to get your big W.
Well, Lauren.
With his little dictionary, yeah.
Lauren, actually, a discussion is actually what I've been.
What is she doing? This is interesting. She's like, well, I guess I didn't win the debate, but that's all you care about, you debate bros. You're gonna debate me with the debate bro. She's actually using like anti-debate bro rhetoric on him, isn't she? Oh my god. But it's like this weird thing where she kicks her shoes up and she's like, I guess I'm just the bad kid in class. You know what I mean? And she expects cool points from it. She definitely expects cool points.
What I've wanted to have with you and what I've tried to have with you. But I think it's unfortunate that we're meeting in terms like this rather than having a good faith discussion. Rather than.
Well, I'm glad you admit you're not being good faith. I do appreciate
no,
that.
No.
Left-wing host Brittany.
Just to be clear. No. I'm not saying I'm not. I think I actually am being good faith with respect to this. But I'm just saying it's a debate instead of a discussion, and it's more like it's more aggressive. And I would have rather had a discussion with you that is good faith with both of us. Again, not saying I'm not being good faith here. But I'd rather have a discussion on the more prescriptive and meaningful topics, like does gender-affirming
found the specific studies being miscited?
Surgeries decrease the risk of suicide, or does conversion therapy for Lauren Witzke, does conversion therapy decrease the risk of suicide? I would have liked to have discussions with that, but unfortunately, here we are with this debate proposition.
Well,
now, I'm happy to move.
Because you've sat here and you've pushed Witzke. You've been like, you have to let me know if you concede on the premise now. But you haven't actually said, okay, that's an interesting thought you've got there. You've met a lot of people that really, really struggle with suicide all the time. Like, you know, it's give me the premise, concede.
Yeah, because it's tangential. Yeah, because even if what Lauren Witzke says is true, it still wouldn't falsify either of the premises, and therefore the conclusion would still follow. Now, if Lauren Witzke wants to say that she still wants to reject the conclusion, then she has to falsify one of the premises.
What Lauren Witzke is debate bro, like up here stuff again instead of just a conversation.
Calling it debate bro. I'll just say one thing. Calling it debate bro doesn't change anything about it. Calling it debate bro doesn't change the fact that the conclusion hasn't been falsified. It doesn't change the fact that the premise of the argument has not been falsified. And so it just seems like a way that, by the way, a lot of left-wingers use a weird cope calling something debate bro to get out of when they're stuck by an argument. It's really weak. Please don't do it.
Don't be like those lefties. The online left.
Yeah, calling it debate bro doesn't change anything. So, but I will say, Lauren, I still do want to have a conversation. The reason, and I'm disappointed that we're meeting at terms that, with a debate proposition like this, that is the debate proposition. I'm happy to debate that until.
But again, it is like more of like an open. I mean, because we said that we were doing it as like a more of a panel, and it's going to be a little bit more open. That's why Ask Yourself didn't want to be a part of it. So
it's like when infrared is all like, you know, it's when infrared is like definitions. That's kind of Anglo-boxed.
So I mean, we can have it expand a little bit instead of such like a narrow discussion on this particular.
And again, I said,
can everybody see your viewers see the list that Avi has submitted? He wrote out a little paragraph that says basically it gives us 3 options on how we're going to concede. So if I had known, I would have prepared my own paragraph, actually a counter offer. I'll get that to you, but it's really funny. You guys should show your viewers, because it's like, oh, this is how you're going to concede. Option 1. Option 2. Here's another way you can concede.
I'm going to show my viewers.
It's like, what?
Why are you
This is
making
the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
I didn't say any of that.
I see it. I mean, it's right there. Can you show it to everybody?
Thing in chat.
Let's put it in the chat. This is what Abby decided we could choose from. How's that?
Wait. Are you talking about the argument? Wow, are you that stupid? Like, you're talking about the argument? That's not the ways that you could concede. That's what an argument is.
Yeah,
it's premises and a conclusion.
No,
it's not the ways you have to concede. Wow,
you
are so. Oh my God. Okay, look. Okay, I'm gonna have to dumb this down for a second. Okay, look. When argument is a series of premises and a conclusion. That's not me saying, here's how you're going to concede, or that's how you're going to concede. Maybe you can reject one of the premises. Okay, well, you're wrong. Maybe you can actually falsify one of the premises. Maybe not. But that's not the same thing as me saying, oh, well, here's how you're going to concede. No, it's a...
I mean, is there a truth that all definitions are limited? Sure, right? Is there a truth that definitions hide, like social construction? Sure. Or, definitions make one grouping seem natural when it's really arbitrary. Sure, but those are all kind of like in the weeds discussions. Infrared's use of non-definitionism was to avoid admitting that he was wrong. It was literally to be like, well, dude, you can't define what "the" means then. You can't define, no. That is what Infrared is doing with that shit. He is absolutely clenching. And I don't mean like a Muay Thai clench. I mean like a boxing clench, where he's stopping the damage. That's what Infrared's doing. It's pretty disingenuous.
It's a formal argument that you haven't interacted with. So
just like there's deeper discussions to be had about epigenetics, right? That doesn't mean that Lysenkoism is true.
It's fine. I've given really good points, actually, I think.
Okay,
I'm just confused as how you became the ringleader of the debate. And these are I think we have 2 moderators.
I think the point is that this is a panel discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to look, I'll just point out, that's fine. We can move on to the discussion. I'll just point out that you haven't falsified in any premise.
I think that's
and if you want to move on to prescriptions, oh, you think you have? Then what premise is false?
Yeah, no, Haas is definitely, playing fast and slippery with the truth.
Look, every time I'm willing to move on, you keep bringing me back. Look, if you are granting that you have no response to the argument, and if you, in the sense that you can't falsify a premise, then just say so and we can move on. Otherwise, yes, I'm going to point out, if you haven't interacted with the argument, that you haven't.
I think I've made really good points about my arguments, presenting the data and the end results of what transgenderism brings. I think that that's really all I need to do. I don't have to concede to any of your demands that you put in the beginning of the debate. If I'd known, I would have brought my own. But you haven't convinced me otherwise that it is. You're not going to change my mind.
Whether
I don't participate in your kind of delusions. Also, I think the DSM-5 was written by radical leftists. So you also have that side of data.
The radical leftists.
They refuse to actually do these clinical trials.
If we're going to reject definitions, we might as well reject the DSM-5 too.
Run studies on transgenderism. They don't want people to know how bad it actually is, because they knew.
It was just
what premise do you think that you falsified, Lauren? Go ahead. What premise? One or two?
There's only Marxist people.
Yeah, what premise? 1 or 2? There's only 2 premises.
Oh, that's a dog whistle, isn't it?
Okay, so premise 1 is analytically entailed. So
I already explained the fact that transgender people can have multiple mental illness.
I mean, look, I'm so on alert for trans dog whistles. I might not even be picking up all the anti-Semitic dog whistles that are going on too. I mean, that's one of their favorite tropes, right? Is to link, anti-Semitism with any other flavor of marginalization and.
This is like a common thing.
Wait, hold on. You think premise 1 is false? Is that the case? Wait, I want to hear this from you. Do you think premise 1 is false?
All right. If transgenderism is a mental illness, then it's not logically possible for a transgender person to not have a mental illness. Like, this is like a decorated word salad. What does this even mean? What are you trying to prove?
Well, if you don't know what it means,
why are you saying that? I don't understand. I think it's a mental illness. You haven't proven otherwise because you said, oh, well, they're not distressed, so it's not a mental illness. But I see a lot of people cutting off their parts, and they look pretty distressed to me. I'm just going to say, Lauren, that they look pretty distressed. That was your argument.
You're not even understanding.
Who looks more distressed, me or Lauren, right now? Let's just take a spot check. Who looks more distressed? Chat. Who's more distressed? Should we do a poll? Should we do a poll? Who's more distressed? Oh wait, I gotta finish the old poll, don't I? We have to declare the end poll. Okay. Lauren Witzke won with both. Oh no, Lauren Witzke and both were tied. Another poll. Oh, am I like? Do I have a poll cooldown? Oh no, I can create one. Okay, there's no cooldown, chat. There's no cooldown. I can do this all day, and I will. Okay, just these two. Who looks more distressed? Me or Lauren Witzke?
Understanding what the premise even said. It's a conditional statement. It's saying if transgenderism is, it's not even asserting that it's not or is. It's saying if transgenderism is a mental illness.
Oh my
if
God,
that's the
somebody
case,
voted for
then it
me
wouldn't
right
be
off.
possible
Oh
for a
my
transgender
God.
person to not have a
Oh
mental
my
illness.
God.
It's a material conditional statement. So
Right.
it's like, okay, look, I think I could just, for example,
We might have some
if
gorillas
schizophrenia
and
is a mental
sons
illness, then it wouldn't be
in
possible
chat today.
for a
There's some
schizophrenic
champs.
person, for a person with schizophrenia, to not have a mental illness. Do you agree with that? I agree with that.
Some
But
of the
doesn't that
gorilla
mean that they
gangs
have
decided to
mental
hang
illness?
out.
No, it wouldn't, because it's an implication premise. It's not saying, in an implication premise, the antecedent can be false and the implication can be true. So it's saying if someone, not saying that a person does have
distressed.
schizophrenia, if
Well,
someone
just
has
who looks more
schizophrenia, then it's not
distressed,
possible
you know?
for
Who
them to
looks
not
like
have mental
they're-
illness, meaning they must have mental illness. Do you agree with that?
I'm not saying, because I don't know what you're trying to say. I
Oh
really
my
don't.
God,
I really don't
you
understand. I know
mean-
you're trying to confuse me, and I'm not agreeing to anything. I don't agree with any of it. So I don't know what you're trying to
What's
say.
hard to understand about it? I think.
I
All right,
don't know.
look,
I think you're. I
Matthew,
don't
you
know
wanna
what you're
explain
doing, but I
this?
know
No,
that
you
you are
haven't talked a lot.
sneaky. You are sneaky, and I am not going to make any
You put
commitments
the
to any
wrong
stance on anything because
option.
I don't trust you.
Oh
So
my
that's
God.
why I have the right.
Well,
to
that's
remain
interesting
silent.
because you already Matthew, you can go explain it. Go explain
Yeah, I
it
mean-
what premise is, Matthew.
Yeah, so it might be helpful to think about sort of like other examples of like, because the argument that Avi put forth is in sort
You're
of logical
actually kinda
terms,
worried
it's
for her.
called modus tollens, and so like another example of that kind of an argument would be like, if I'm sleeping in my bed, then I'm in my room, but I'm not sleeping in my bed, therefore I'm not in my room. So all this argument is just trying to say is like, look,
I mean, I just think she's kind of a super meanie butt, but you may be right. Maybe she is, I don't know.
if you are going to take the position that transgenderism is a mental illness, then in virtue of you taking that position, it's going
That wasn't a dog signal. That was just... Did she just call Abby sneaky? That wasn't a dog whistle. That was a goddamn train whistle.
to be true, that it isn't like logically possible. Like there's some contradiction in there being somebody who is transgender but who doesn't have a mental illness. And so that's the first premise. And then the second premise is just saying, but look,
Wait.
it is clearly
Which Lauren said that?
logically possible for there to be someone who is transgender but doesn't have a mental illness. And therefore, because the entailment of your conclusion is false, that means your conclusion is false. Like that's kind of the idea.
Wait, what did Mouthy
Someone in my
Buddha
chat
just
made
say?
a good point here.
What did
Like,
Mouthy
he's not
Buddha
sneaky.
just
He
say?
just speaks in a way that is so formally structured that it's alien to many regular people. And like, no, I agree that you
It was
you
Witzke.
obviously have got a structured,
Surprise, surprise.
logical argument
Although, honestly, I wouldn't be super surprised from Southern.
here. But once again, we come back to we're having a panel discussion, and I'm not. That's what I mean when I say debate bro tactics. I mean we're having like a normal level person conversation here, and I don't know if you can do that without getting deep into the philosophy, logic stuff. But could we try that?
Avi, just like one thing to keep in mind is that the
Well, look,
audience
I'm happy. Look,
isn't like doctors, so they're not gonna be able to follow like this high level logical argument
Yeah.
that you're presenting.
Do you see what's happening on this panel? Like, this is bad. Listen, there's putting your thumb on the scale behind the scenes, and then there's like putting your body on the scale and jumping up and down. That is what Politically Provoked is doing to this debate right now. It's not stacked enough. It's not stacked enough. We're gonna like fucking be like, could you just make your arguments without the science and stuff? Like, could you just make your arguments without the facts? Like, the things that, like, oh my god, this is so bad. And to be fair, I've already criticized, like, like, his rhetoric in that regard of like, then it could be more accessible, and he's got to know his audience, and like especially with the formal logic, it's like that may be impressive, that does make you look smart, it also makes you unrelatable, and it also keeps people from, if there's a way that you can take something that sounds smart and explain it in a way that doesn't sound smart, you're a fucking genius. You're a real genius, okay? That is the real intelligence. It's like communication intelligence, right? If you can take something that's like that's what the best teachers do, okay? Because they know some subject. They know chemistry, or they know physics, or something like that. And they think, okay, what was I like when I didn't know this? And they figure out a way to see, this is just like something you already know. See, you know how this works? Well, this is the same, except that this and this work differently, okay? But other than that, they're the same. It's the same concept. And you're like, oh, okay. If you can put it in terms that people can actually get, and trick them into thinking, oh, it wasn't really any of that. Like, you know what I mean? You don't say labor theory of value. You just explain the labor theory of value. That can be very powerful.
If you could just,
I'm happy to put it in natural language. That's fine. No, it's fine. I'm happy to put it in natural language. Look,
yeah,
This
sure,
is kind of frustrating. I agree.
So the point here is,
I think she's a meanie, but there's also something wrong with her. I wonder what's going on behind the scenes. Yeah, I don't know anything about Lauren Witzke.
Just that when you say something is a mental illness, that means
pure hate behind that smile.
Means that if someone has this mental illness, then it's not possible for them to not have a mental illness because they have a mental illness. It's really that simple. Now, if someone has a condition, and you want to say that this condition is a mental illness.
First bit.
Yeah, no problem. Look, if someone has a condition, let's call it condition X or whatever. If someone has a condition, if that condition is a mental illness, right? So long as this person has that condition, it's not possible for them to not have a mental illness. Clearly,
but if
because
it is a mental illness, what do they have? That doesn't make any sense, because if they have a mental illness, then they have a mental illness.
Well, yeah, that's trivially true, is it not? Look, if someone has a mental illness, if someone has something, and that something is a mental illness, then is it possible for them to not have a mental illness while they have this thing? And the answer is no, because they have this thing, and this thing is a mental illness.
Okay.
It's really just that simple.
So while someone is transgender and feeling incongruent with their body, technically, if you believe that transgenderism is a mental illness, they will always have a mental illness and they can never be cured of it. That's like,
so long as they are transgender. So long as they have transgender.
Why is that an inconsistent belief? Because like I could say so.
Well,
long
no,
as
that's premise one. That's
they'll always have a mental illness.
No, that's just premise one, Lauren.
Okay.
No, that's premise one. Premise one is just saying that if something is a mental illness, if someone has this thing, so long as they have this thing, it is not possible for them not to have a mental illness.
What is Abby's health background? I'm assuming he's not a mental health professional. So long as they have transgenderism, yeah, no, this was the very beginning. He swallowed their premises hook, line, and sinker, and it's been going badly, really badly ever since.
Right. Okay.
Because they have this thing, which is a mental illness. Okay.
Oh, okay. So
now,
then you're saying...
premise two is, but it is logically possible for someone to have transgenderism while not being
a mental health professional would know better than this.
Mentally ill.
And that transgenderism is a mental illness.
Right. Can I? Sorry. Okay. Because I'm following, but then this comes down to what I was trying to get at earlier. Maybe I didn't explain myself well enough, but we basically have to argue what level of distress then is.
He is a doctor, but I don't know what kind.
The limit. So like you've said, well, your friend who doesn't feel that bothered or isn't entirely bothered by transitioning or not transitioning or presenting or not presenting, they don't have a level of distress to the point where it would be considered a mental illness by the DSM-5. Now, when I pressed you on that and I asked, well, if your friend was told they could never make any changes to their face and they had to live as a man their whole life instead of a woman, would they be distressed by that? This is going to come into a conversation of what is the level of distress, because I would almost go to the point of saying, if it is just a preference, if they could live as a man and they don't care, are they even necessarily transgender, or are they just cross-dressing? right? So then we're getting into that kind of discussion.
Well, so the point just is that someone can meet the criteria for being transgender without meeting the criteria for gender dysphoria. Now, your question of how we measure it, the question of what level is enough versus not enough. These are just going to be epistemic questions. How we measure the level.
Is your friend just cross-dressing, or are they transgender? Like, let's.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think they're transgender. I think they have inclinations such that they want to be treated a certain way, they prefer to be treated a certain way, they prefer to look a certain way, they prefer to act a certain way, in accord with the archetypical, or the way that archetypical female is treated, the way an archetypical female looks, the way the archetypical female presents herself.
No.
So yeah, I mean, I think they are transgender. It's just that they
I disagree.
Don't experience. Well, okay. Well, look.
I think that cross-dressers, it's a sexual fetish thing that they have. Like where it is. It's not. I mean, it's not transgenderism. It's completely different. It's more so based on a sexual fetish type thing with cross-dressers, as opposed to transgenders who literally are so broken on the inside that they feel like they need to transition into another gender, take hormone replacement therapy, cut off their parts, self-mutilate themselves. It's completely different, and that is, and that's way different. Come on, Doc, you should know that.
But we're not talking about a. But we're not talking about a cross-dresser. What we're talking about is someone who is transgender without gender dysphoria. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so Abby, I'm curious. What is how would you separate someone who isn't transgender and is transgender? Like, are there any defined limits there for you?
Sure. So I think it's more of a cluster concept in terms of when you say defined limit. If what you mean by that is that there's this line.
Such a worthless conversation. Oh my god.
Line. So there are barriers, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is if what you mean is a clear.
So Chad, I've talked about platforms like Dylan Burns' Hippy Dippy, where trans people's lives are made into subjects for game shows. I don't much like that. And there is some harm that can come from that, right? When it's not moderated properly, or maybe even at all, with somebody that just doesn't care enough to just see that it doesn't that doesn't happen, right? Which is how I always ran Bird Brains, in making sure that the first order of business was not to harm marginalized people. In the process. Chat, you gotta vote for me. Okay, vote for Lauren Witzke as the most distressed. If you haven't already, there's fucking infrared stands in the chat voting me down. They wanna say that I'm more distressed than Lauren Witzke, which means that it's actually cisgender people that we have to worry about having delusions. Because if you see this flop sweat that Miss Witzke is having, and you compare it to the cool, calm, and collected nature of NCC right now, the answer should be clear, okay?
Delineation without any gray area.
Well, what I'm basically my argument, I'll let you just know so that we can be clear. Mm-hmm. What I'm suggesting is that I don't think there is actually much variation between the DSM-5 definition of gender dysphoria and transgenderism as I see it manifest in the day-to-day world. And that is why I don't think it's an entirely absurd statement when people say transgenderism is a mental illness. Now, perhaps when they say that they mean gender dysphoria, and you could be correct that on a technical level, transgenderism itself isn't a mental illness in this hypothetical, but because the definitions are almost so directly correlated, it's actually not that inaccurate to make that statement is what I'm suggesting. So that's why I'm asking, I think what we've gotten down to that point is, what is that level of distress? Is there actually do you have to have a level of distress that makes you really want to transition to be transgender, or is transgenderism, and this is what I was getting to earlier, just a choice that someone can make on any given day?
So I think that's a false dichotomy. So I don't think those are the only two options. I don't think it's either you have to have so much distress or it's just a choice. I think people can have inclinations that are not their choices and act in accord with them.
We're halfway. We're more than halfway done.
People can have dispositions that they act in accord with, and they make.
And I just turned the speed up because
they make choices to do certain things, but that wouldn't mean that transgenderism is a choice, because transgenderism
apparently it gets worse.
And this goes to your question of asking me about your questions of gender. Those are, to me, the inclinations that people have. There are certain characteristics that people have.
You need it.
The desire to be treated a certain way with the archetypical sex that they weren't assigned at birth, the desire to look a certain way in accord with the archetypical sex they weren't assigned at birth, etc. Those things are not going to be choices. They're not.
But like I can literally wake up. I have woken up and desired to be a man. Like, and been like, I wish I were a dude, so I didn't have to pee sitting down this morning.
Oh no, I don't mean like anything about being grounded in reality. I just mean like, she's physically. I mean, I guess I could have said disturbed, but I didn't want. If I said disturbed, then I'd be like implying like mental health stuff, and I wasn't trying to really go there. I just want to know. No, it's. I don't think anybody. Like there was one accidental vote for like me, which was just like who's better. Maybe people are taking it as who's better, me or Lauren Witzke. Okay, it clearly says though who's more distressed. Who's more distressed, and like me or the sweaty lady down there, or me up here, or the sweaty lady down there on the right screaming about trans people. Who's more distressed? It shouldn't be a hard question.
You know, like, does that make me transgender?
It really shouldn't.
Like, is it just desire that we define?
No, there would be a cutoff point. Yeah. There would be it would be a cluster concept or similar to a cluster concept of different weighted characteristics of, and at some point, at some threshold, there would be a point at which you really actually are a man.
Being cis might be linked to mental illness, but I didn't want to armchair diagnose.
If you really had enough of it. If you
so
had
I have
enough,
to feel hard enough to become a man. I have to like feel it.
No.
Desire
Okay,
it
so
strongly enough.
Lauren, this is the thing. Okay, wait. So
no, I'm genuinely curious there.
Okay. All right. So if you had enough of the mental characteristics that you consider yourself in line with the archetypical man, you want to be treated like the archetypical man, you want to look like the archetypical man, you want to interact with society.
Where did archetypes enter this?
In the way that an
stereotypical man?
Archetypical man interacts in society, etc. Those things.
What is the archetype? What is the archetypical man?
If you had,
do I have to want that to a certain degree? Like, do I have to want that really badly? Really badly to the point that you would be distressed if not? No. Right, because that would destroy your argument. So you can't accept that premise, right? When I say I just kind of feel it, that's not good enough. I have to really want it, but I can't want it enough for it to distress me.
No. I didn't say. Wait. I didn't say that. No, you're misrepresenting what I said now. Well, no, you're now. Okay, so now this is bad faith because now you're misrepresenting.
I'm genuinely not trying to be bad faith. I'm saying if I agree with you that the definition of transgenderism is not just like a random preference one day where you feel that. I think you actually have to have a pretty strong desire, and I do think when you have a strong desire for something, if you don't get that thing, it usually distresses you, especially when it's something as big as how you look, how your body is. Like that is very distressing. So I'm saying that there's very...
I see the point of disagreement. If you let me talk, I see the point of contention. So the response. So I don't think you have to have a very strong. If you have all of those characteristics, all those mental characteristics, where they lean masculine, and they're not very strong, but they do lean masculine, I think I would still consider this person a man. Like this person is gendered male. I mean, not male, man. This person is a masculine, has a masculine gender, on my view, even if they didn't feel strongly about it. The confusion that we had was that when you just said, I wake up and I feel like a man one day, the confusion I had was that it seemed to be that there was only one domain in which you had this leaning. But if you actually woke up and you had all of the leanings in all the different domains, you said, you know what, on average, I lean. I don't have a very strong, an incredibly strong leaning, but I have some leaning, some moderate leaning. Not tiny, but not really.
There's a good question actually now. So would it be, why couldn't, if I woke up and had a moderate feeling, couldn't I just be a masculine person with a female sex, right? Like I'm a masculine woman, right? At what point does it have to then be defined as I am the other gender?
Sure. Yeah. So gender is going to be differentiated from masculinity and femininity in several ways. So it depends how you define it, but the idea is that there are internal inclinations, there are internal mental characteristics that are gendered, and then there are certain characteristics that are just that are masculine and feminine that wouldn't weigh as much into the gendered spectrum. So first, for example,
that didn't make sense to me. Yeah, okay.
Sure, okay, so I can elaborate. Yeah, I can give. I'm just going to give an example. So for example, if someone is a woman and a female and they happen to have facial hair that they don't desire, for example, that facial hair is a masculinizing feature, right? It's a masculinizing feature, but we wouldn't say that this person is a man. We would say this is a woman who has certain masculine features. However, when we talk about people's internal inclinations and desires, if this female had desires to look like the archetypical man, she desired that hair. She didn't just it wasn't unwanted. She wanted it because it was masculine. She desired to be treated like a man. She desired to do all these things. That's a different type of characteristic.
But couldn't I just desire to be treated like a masculine female? Like, couldn't I just desire to play that gender role instead of like?
You can, but the reason I'm separating, yeah, you can. There's a little bit of.
So what's the separate? Yeah, why is there that separation? And like, here's the point where I think that separation is someone has.
I don't know if it's moderators get
to the point where it's so extreme that
I think we just had a little bit of lag there. Well, I can, yeah.
I think it's on your end.
There could be two different desires. Someone can desire to be a. Okay, cool. So, all right, maybe it's mine. So someone can desire to be a masculine female. That's fine. Someone can desire to be a masculine woman, and someone can desire to be a masculine man. What I'm saying is, if someone
to a sexual desire?
That's a gender.
That's all I want to know.
If someone desires to be,
are we appealing to a sexual desire?
That is not going to be the same gender character. Yeah, go ahead, Lauren. You wanted to?
Oh no, sorry, someone subscribed.
Do you see the difference? Yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. So the differentiation is
so many levels of confusion. Yes,
a masculine woman, but I just wouldn't consider that to be the same gendered characteristic as someone who desires to be a masculine man. Like, that's going to have much more weight in the gender characteristic.
Like, I'm actually not following. Like, I don't. Why can't I be a woman that has a beard and is butch and does all these things? Like, what is inherently?
Yeah,
I think the inherent thing when we say man is they're actually talking about the sex instead of the gender, which is why people tend to get surgery, which is why, like, if it gets to a deeper level like that. So you haven't defined what is a masculine man versus a butch female. What is that? What are the differences?
No, I have. No. Yeah. So, well, I
other
just
than
did.
The sex.
They're different.
Other than
no.
Their genitals.
Okay, so I did. So I'll do it again. So the difference is, I gave you the distinction. One of the distinction is if this individual has a desire to be a man versus a woman, if they desire to be treated in accord with the archetypical sex that they do not have, they want to be treated in a certain way. They
desire to be like the sex, not the masculine or the feminine.
Yes. Oh yeah.
They desire to be treated like
that's fine.
The biologically different sex, not actually a different gender, which means then,
sure. Yeah. Which means what?
Then typically they would have an incongruence with what their body is, right? Like, they would feel in their mind
at least to some degree.
Because that's going to be the biggest difference. Because
but not necessarily.
If masculinity and femininity are separated from sexual aspects, so your genitals, then it should, if they feel to be treated on a personal, emotional, societal level as a male, they can just be a masculine female. But it's when you talk about wanting to be a man, that's getting down to the sex aspect where they actually want to have a penis. They want to biologically be the other gender or other sex.
Or they want to. Well, that's one of the characters, sure. Yeah. So, but the point here is just that this desire to be treated or to have things in accord with the archetypical sex that they aren't assigned for is that a debate tactic? It doesn't have to be to the point where they have severe distress in order for them to be transgender.
This is a point that we would okay, so I get that, and I accept your point. I understand that what you're making. I think it logically follows. But the point we are disagreeing on is I actually don't think, just being a human being, I don't think I could desire for my body to look so different and not be distressed.
Yeah, I know, right?
I do not think I could desire to be something so different from what I am, and men and women are very different. I don't think I could desire that to even a bit of a degree, or a consistent degree rather. I don't think I could desire that on a daily basis and not be put in a significant amount of stress. And I think that we see that manifest regularly in the transgender community, which is why we have such high suicide rates, such high mental illness rates, because that is the average amongst humans. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is like a very small percentage that literally are unaffected by that. Sure.
Well, Lauren, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me just ask you this then. Okay. So let's say, like, even if we grant that everyone who is transgender has this, it's to the point where they have significant clinical distress. Wouldn't they still have a mental disorder after they've been cured of their gender dysphoria? Like, let's say we give them, let's say we do these transition therapies, we give them the hormones, we give them the surgeries, and then after that they have no gender dysphoria anymore. There's no incongruency. They have zero gender dysphoria. On your view, and let's just say it's cured, there's no chance of a relapse, they're not going to regrow a penis, right? So let's just say hypothetically there was no chance of a relapse.
I hope not.
They were cured of gender dysphoria. Would that cure them of transgenderism as well, or would you say they're still transgender?
Why did you have to put that in my head?
Because there are plenty of people who do have.
Oh my god!
I see what you're saying there.
That
and
is
like,
so
you're
messed
saying,
up.
if they get rid of the dysphoria, which is the thing that's
so
causing them distress, will they have a mental illness? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd actually have to think about that one a bit. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, because the point is that
I think they're going to struggle with both, and I don't really think we have any cases of people who have worked through, like it's going to be something that people are going to struggle with, and that's okay. It takes work, it takes supplementary therapy, and it's not just an insta-cure. I don't even think that's ever happened. It's always going to be something. I think it's more so goes back to self-torment, like where they're literally tormented. They were born into this world and they were shoved lies, told that, hey, this isn't who you are. You were just born in the wrong body. You have to transition. You have to conform to this society. And it's a form of pressure and it's a form of torment. A lot of people, like we said, are sexually abused as children. They grow up to become transgenders. And
nobody pressures you. What the fuck are you talking about? You have to do so much legwork and like convince so many people to initiate some sort of treatment. What does she think that like they're just finding femboys and like, hey you, have you ever thought of being trans? Do you want to? No, that's not what happens. That's not what happens. Nobody's forcing anybody. Nobody's like putting any ideas in people's heads. No one's convincing anyone. We have to convince the gatekeepers to like give us treatment, and it's not easy.
They continue the cycle of molesting other children. It's kind of like it's like a projection from their own pain and hurt. But here's the thing, you can't just cure it. It's going to be something that people struggle with, battle with. It's also spiritual as well. You can't tell me that there isn't a spiritual battle going on for people's souls, especially now. And I believe that transgenderism, the whole essence of the LGBTQ mafia, there's some really, really strong darkness that operates in that wants people that it wants you to kill yourself. There's an enemy.
And they're like listen, but like honestly, like you can't even see. Okay, Politically Provoked is dark. This is a fucked up place. There's a bunch of cryptos running around, and they're setting up debates like this. So this place is fucked up. But Lauren, she is like the demon from the pit of the 9th circle of the 10th, like pit of the 14th, like whatever of hell. Like she is fucking dark.
Who hates you? He wants you to be confused about.
Like, I feel a demonic energy coming off of this woman, and I don't even believe in, like, spirituality.
Who God made you, your identity in Christ. And that's...
Were you here to turf talking points?
That's the truth.
So disappointed that Mouthy and Avi think that ignoring Witzke is a winning move. Yeah...
I don't really think that's a good argument. I don't think that's a good argument because you're saying, well, what if they got rid of the gender dysphoria? Are they still transgender? No, this is something that people are going to struggle with. We all struggle with sin. And if it's not that, it's going to be something else. Okay. So I don't think that's a legitimate argument. I don't think we have ever documented a case where people have been healed of gender dysphoria, where it's just they went through therapy, went through treatment, and just cut it off. It's a mindset that people have to work through. So yes, they would still be transgender.
Okay, so here's the...
Just like I'll be an addict for the rest of my life. I still have those addictive things just because I'm not using. So it's the same thing.
Yeah, so there are certain... Yeah.
It's not the same thing. It's very, very, very much not the same thing. The thing that generally defines addiction is like... that... it causes you problems. It doesn't let you do the things that you want to do. It doesn't let you be the person that you want to be. This is the opposite. This is the opposite, okay? If there was anything I was addicted to, it was like filling the role that was given to me by my parents. If there's anything that was taking me down a dark path, if there was anything that was hurting me, if there was anything that was taking me away from my truth, it was living a lie. This is the opposite of that. And I'm really sad that you can't see that.
Exactly. There are certain, so this is the point I was distinguishing between. There are certain conditions that we don't have cures for and that we treat, and they're chronic conditions. The reason we keep people with diagnosis of schizophrenia and we keep them have that diagnosis because we don't have a cure for schizophrenia. We can treat it. We can give them antipsychotics and treat them, but we don't have a cure for it. If we did, by the way, if we did have a cure for it, then we would not consider them schizophrenics. For example, we have this in other areas of medicine. Like if someone has an infection, if someone has a bacterial infection, we don't just have treatments for that, we have cures for that. And we don't keep that on their medical record that they have as an active diagnosis. Once we cure it, we acknowledge that it's gone. the point here is that gender dysphoria is a curable mental illness. It's a mental illness, not for everyone maybe, but for at least some people, not everyone, but for some people, their dysphoria goes away and just doesn't come back after a intervention. It does.
Right.
For at least some people, it's a curable condition. Now the point here is, if we acknowledge that at least some transgender people, gender dysphoria is a curable condition, then the question remains, if they don't have gender dysphoria anymore, but they are still transgender, do they still...
Is it just me, or is Lauren Southern, like, weird champing with that pen? What is she doing? Is she, like...
have a mental illness.
She's, like, exfoliating her lips with a pen? What is she doing? Chat, what is she doing?
That's the $1 million question that I'm asking Lauren Southern.
Well, I think it's the same thing. So, okay, I'll let Lauren answer. Sorry.
No, I'm thinking. Like, I know my chat will probably take the piss with this, but I actually, you know, I do think that is a bit of a more, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but that is getting into higher questions about what is even this conversation about mental illness. I do think it gets into aspects of spirituality. I think it gets into aspects of a sense of self. Like, even after you change your physical body to become what you believe you should be in your mind, like, let's put this into something else. Like, if someone is, we see people that are like, want to become animals,
no longer
if someone were to be able to get another surgery,
by the WHO.
Getting feedback. Who's giving me feedback?
By the World Health Organization.
All right, are we good? To become an animal, would you no longer have a mental incongruence with your body and therefore no longer be mentally ill? Or is the inherent aspect of you wanting to be an animal in the first place something that just never leaves you, something that will always technically be a little kind of crack in your brain that's a little odd and a little different from a regular person? Because, you know, we must acknowledge that mental illness itself is kind of defined by our culture. Like I said, female hysteria was something that used to be a mental illness, right? So I do think this gets into a much deeper kind of philosophical question rather than I don't know. I'd have to really think on that.
Well, the point, Laura, is it's more simple. The point is just that there are plenty of people who are cured of their dysphoria, yet they remain transgender. Now, if the idea is to just say, well, you know, there's just this huge overlap between, like, I don't know anyone who's transgender and doesn't have gender dysphoria, but clearly you certainly are going to know a lot of people. I suspect a lot of people would, who have had their dysphoria removed, who don't have dysphoria anymore, whether it be through given intervention or given surgery or given hormonal therapy. There are plenty of people like that. So there are plenty of people who are transgender but don't have dysphoria. That's the point.
Right, but like,
so the
what
point is that
Lauren was saying earlier.
So you're saying that they've transitioned their bodies, but then they cured their dysphoria. Is that what you're saying? But they still have,
their dysphoria,
you know, they've done
gone,
the surgery. Okay.
Well, it coincided with
the idea is there are plenty of
This is so...
Well, no, I was just going to bring up, I actually thought it was an interesting point that Lauren made, which was, you know, she was saying, I may not be addicted anymore, but I'm still an addict. So was that what you were trying to say, Lauren? Like, you still inherently have these mental
yeah, I
impulses?
get that. But also I get the difference between somebody being set free by Christ, you know, from their torment, from their pain, from their depression, from their gender dysphoria. What's so funny? You know, I was a Christian when you brought me on, but then there's a difference between people managing mental illness in the natural, so going to therapy, getting help, maybe taking the right medications because they have a chemical imbalance. You know, there's two different things. Like, I truly do believe that Christ can set people free, and people can leave it all behind. However, you know, there is also a process for recovery as well. So, you know, they could help manage their gender dysphoria. Some people that go to therapy or get the chemical imbalances in their...
Listen, bitch, I believe in Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not going to bring that up in a debate panel, okay?
brain corrected, but they've already transitioned their bodies. You know, I
the
think
reason
I
I was
understand that's what
laughing,
you're saying.
Yeah. The reason I was laughing wasn't because you mentioned it. The reason I was laughing is because if you believe that Christ can cure people of their gender dysphoria, then you also presumably believe that it's possible to be transgender without having gender dysphoria, because Christ can cure someone.
Actually, no. I want to suggest put something else forward. Would it be fair to say that you're actually not getting rid of it per se, but you've almost put it into there's a word I'm looking for, not remission.
You're putting it in remission is what you want to say.
Yes, exactly.
That's what I mentioned before. That's why I mentioned before that there's this doesn't tend to be a condition that is like that. Like, for example,
dormant.
When we look at certain things like various cancers, right? Sometimes a cancer can go into. There are certain cancers that can go into remission. There are certain cancers that you can cure. If you have a basal cell or squamous cell carcinoma of the skin, you can cure that. You're not putting it in remission, you're curing it. However, if you have metastatic lung cancer and you give the person chemo, you put it in remission. The point I'm making here is that for some people, gender dysphoria may operate as if it's in remission.
Oh my
So, for
God,
example, their gender dysphoria is alleviated by hormonal therapy, but then it comes back and then they need surgery, and then maybe it'll come back after that. However, there are also some people that have gender dysphoria, and it's gone after surgery and hormonal therapy and never comes back.
No, but the point is, if they were to start looking the other gender again, they'd still have that dysphoria, right? They still,
Why is he using this argument?
Wanting to be.
Well, the point is that but the point is that for some people they don't. That's the point. For some people that the point I'm making is that for some people they operate as if they really are cured of it. They are. It's not like it's a remission thing where it can come back.
Because if they reversed the surgeries, then they would still probably, I presume, unless they were completely unhappy with their surgeries.
No. But that's not what gender dysphoria is. Gender dysphoria is not. It's not the condition of, well, if you did not look the way you currently look, then you would have severe distress. It is the case of you actually have severe distress in virtue of how you look now. So the point is that if you have these interventions, you can actually, for some people at least, cure dysphoria rather than put it in remission. And given that that's the case, there are quite a few transgender individuals who really don't have gender dysphoria.
I literally don't even know what he's saying right now.
Well, that's an entirely different debate that I'm sure we'll set up for another day.
I literally do not know what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't even know if I have anything else to say on this topic, I'll be honest.
We can get into the...
I feel like they could have ended this debate way earlier. And all you've done is you've given Brittany a chance to say a bunch of vile shit. And then, Brittany? I'm sorry, it wasn't Brittany. It wasn't Brittany. I'm so sorry, Brittany. I'm talking about Lauren Witzke, who is not Brittany. Different person.
Q&A.
Well, before we do it, the one thing I'd like to discuss that with Lauren. I'd also like to discuss the gender affirming surgery video, the data. As I spoke to AJ just today, and he agreed with me that the data does strongly, the best available data supports gender affirming surgery.
I think that's the big point, is the best available.
Attack the framing.
And that we don't have much or any good data, and it's almost gotten to a point where we don't even want to discuss
we do
the
have
topic
good data
anymore because the data is so bad.
Well, we do.
No, we really don't.
Well, actually.
We can talk about that. We can talk about whether we have good data or not.
It's interesting. Well, we can, because it's interesting because you described the data from Bradstrom and Pachinkas as okay instead of bad data. But now that we agree that there's even better data than that, all of a sudden it's pretty bad. I do think that's a little bit interesting. So it's
at least
better
data.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there is. Oh, you don't, because you've cited the better data in your own video, even though you didn't use it. So that's interesting too.
I genuinely, I think that all of the data is poor, and that was the conclusion of my video. Was that all of the data is poor? There is some better data and some worse data. But overall, we don't have enough data, was what the conclusion was.
Actually, your own words was that you described the Bradstrom and Pachinkas data as okay data. Those were your words.
Okay.
And presumably if transitivity holds, then if better data than Bradstrom and Pachinkas comes along, then it would be at least okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Okay, well, I can give you the quotes if you'd like. You described some data as bad, and you described some data as okay. You described Bradstrom and Pachinkas as okay. Well, the point is that it's not bad data, it's okay data. Like, data is not either good or bad.
Well, I was saying comparatively to other data available.
I
think that
overall,
Bradstrom and Pachinkas, I think that it's all still not great data.
Like,
we
if
need
he's
more.
made my eyes roll back in my head.
Other transgender data available, it had a high sample size. That's probably why I used the word okay, but I'm nitpicking to the point where I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. No. The point I'm making is that there's far better data than Bradstrom and Pachinkas that has even greater sample size, but also appropriately done controls. That it was done very rigorously, and so that's the conversation that I'd like to have with you, because I spoke to your data expert in your video, and your data expert agrees that not only were there errors in your video, straightforward.
Died listening to this. Yes.
Not necessarily your fault, but his fault as well. But that's fine. So I'd like that video to be corrected, and the best available data, which is better than Bradstrom and Pachinkas, to reflect that it does support gender-affirming surgeries. That conversation I'd like to have as well.
Now I know you're going to tweet at me for like 3 months a video of me saying I'd have this conversation.
Yeah.
It's going to be...
Well, no, I'll tell you what. Let's look. But hold on. But Lauren, look. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's go like this. I won't do that. But like, here's my gripe. I'll level with you. My gripe is I see you accepting debates from people who aren't equipped to have debates on certain empirical topics. People like Destiny, who's not equipped to debate many of the empirical topics he debates. People like Lance, who's not equipped to debate anything at all, really. Complete idiots. And when it comes to people, but when it comes to people who actually do have have some knowledge in statistics, when people who actually have published, like those people, like these are the people.
We had a conversation before. This is my second conversation with you.
Not on
more
that.
Chats with you now than I have had with Lance.
We actually didn't have a conversation on the empirical. I said on the empirical topics. We didn't have a conversation on the empirical topic. What we discussed was more of a philosophical topic, and it was only 25 minutes because you had to dip. But anyway,
well, of course I'm going to talk to you on a philosophical topic when I'm not a data scientist. Like, I'll even admit, I'll bring up data, I'll talk about it a little bit, but I'm not going. Yeah, okay. Like, we can. Oh, gosh, I don't even want to say it because if I don't answer you for 2 weeks, you're going to go off on Twitter.
No, no, it wasn't 2 weeks, Lauren. It was months, and don't even try. Look,
okay.
No one owes
the point is.
Look, yeah, there's some irony in here. He is an object lesson, okay? He's talking about other debaters. He's insulting them, and I agree. Those were, those were bad debates. Those debaters shouldn't have taken those debates. He's saying Lauren shouldn't have taken those debates. That it's beneath her, and that he's really someone that's more of her caliber, and he doesn't realize that he said this after absolutely flopping so far. Like, he's got a very different perception in his mind of how this debate is going than how it's actually going. Discussing how friendly he is with her, no. And this is something that we really talk about. This is a big part of the problem of platforming. When you bring somebody on and you give your audience the implication that you are okay with them, they're a good person, maybe you disagree on the debate, but, they're fundamentally, it's just they don't understand or something like that, right? When you do that, you make them more, likable. You make them more approachable, especially if it's somebody that you're debating because you think they're horrible. You can't do that. And the other thing you can't do is so what do you think about pineapple on pizza? And I mean, there might be a way to do that for somebody that's like a performance artist or an actress or something like that. There might be a way to do that. Like, I don't know, chat. That is some high level shit I couldn't imagine. Like, I do sometimes, talking to Samantha Banana, you could say, it's like, you sure you want to be doing that? And I know what I'm doing, but do what I say, don't do what I do. You know what I mean? Because and not even that I've had some concerns about, just and that I sort of verbally joust with her in a way that's not overtly hostile, and I sometimes worry that people could take that as she's an okay person. No, she's not an okay person. There's nothing's okay about Samantha Banana. There's nothing okay about Lauren Southern, and it's important not to act like there is.
No one owes you a conversation.
I didn't say you owe me. I didn't say
listen.
I didn't, Lauren.
It's
I didn't
not
say.
that I'm never going to have one with you.
When you don't have any skin in the game, exactly.
I'll tell you right now, it may be a year until I have a conversation with you again.
Lauren, look.
If I don't feel like it, I'm not going to do it.
That's fine. You don't have to. That's fine. All I'm saying is that when someone is going and they're debating lower tier people and getting away with bullshit, you can't blame someone for calling it out. That's all. I'm gonna call if you make a false claim.
You're calling Destiny low tier?
Wait, okay. He is a hardcore. He wanted this debate. It sounds like she's using this negotiation they're doing about when will I be returning to debate you again? It sounds like she's kind of hey, listen, if you're gonna disagree with me not very fucking soon, I don't know. It sounds like she's using her clout as a carrot.
DGG is going to be
I think
mad.
he's no. I think he's no. To be
lower tier.
fair, I think he's middle. But okay, we can go into the Q&A. Okay. I think he's middle tier.
Can't believe Avi uploaded this. This should be really embarrassing.
Middle
champion.
At least on
Just an academic exercise to debate this for Avi. Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Yeah. Man, this has been the Avi show, huh? Holy hell. All right, so from Cute Root, if trans surgeries are medically critical to treat gender dysphoria, should we also cover surgeries for people who have body dysmorphic disorder?
That's a really good question. So body dysmorphia is where they look in the mirror, say a girl who struggles.
So these are questions from the audience
with bulimia or anorexia, looks in the mirror and she sees somebody obese, morbidly obese, but she herself weighs 80 pounds, is starving herself. So they're saying, would we do surgeries perform?
It feels like there's judgment in her voice. I feel like there's judgment in her voice.
Surgeries on the issue.
And she's talking about like people with eating disorders, right?
Anorexia, bulimia, body dysmorphia issues. Would we put a permanent solution on something that could be treated, is what they're asking. And the same kind of applies with the transgenderism. They struggle with, they look in the mirror and they see that they're supposed to be somebody else. So would we put actually, it's a really good example. Would we put a permanent solution, especially when they're young, especially when they're like 16, 17 years old, give them double mastectomies or, start chemically castrating themselves. These are permanent solutions to issues that can be treated with the right therapy, with the right community connections. And, no, I don't believe that we should offer permanent solutions, especially when we've gotten rid of alternative solutions as well. We treat anorexia and bulimia as a treatable mental health issue. And, the same applies with transgenderism, because it's a mental health issue as well. And we should uphold to that. I'm not really sure why we've taken so much time to, empower and enable a mental illness, especially in the mainstream American academia, government, corporations, everybody supports this. However, it's hurtful and it's hurting people, and it's very treatable without self-harm or self-mutilation.
Okay, so the major difference is just that there's data showing that, there's good data, by the way, showing that if you treat one a certain way, they respond and they have decreased risk of suicide. The other one, there isn't.
Yeah, I agree with what Avi said. It's sort of just going to be an empirical question. Like when we're asking, should we treat this condition in this way? We just ask, what does the empirical evidence suggest? And it tends to be the case that in the case of trans people, the best treatment is to transition. And I also just wanted to mention that there was sort of an appeal to like, it's a permanent solution, as if almost the sense I sort of get is that the appeal is that these people will sort of like change their minds or desist. But it happens to be the case that we can actually look at factors in individual people which allow us to predict who's likely to desist and who's likely to not desist, such that like competent clinicians can actually select for people who have traits which make it such.
Okay, so I mean, like this is. I feel like this would work on the hippie dippy, maybe, right? But it's not working here, because Lauren's offered a palatable morsel of discourse, and that is going to be preferentially taken over what Mouthy, Infidel, and Abby are serving, which are... They sound pedantic. They sound didactic. They sound like a lecture. And you're just not going to get the same kind of engagement with that, right?
That we can be confident that they're not likely going to desist.
Oh, do I get to? You can ask another question. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we know that desistance, especially.
I refuse to take the opinion of someone who ends that fried on what? Prayed away with electrodes and oh my god, no. Oh, her hair. Oh, fucking that fried. Yes, sorry. Oh, with ends that fried. I got it. Yeah. They're overly processed. Oh my god, I took a little minute there.
Amongst younger people is extremely common. We also know that gender clinics are coming out and publicly stating, there's been recent coverage in the mainstream media with gender clinics saying even they're uncertain how to treat this. They're treating people too quickly.
This wouldn't have worked on the hippie dippy. Nobody knows shit, least of all Dylan.
And then they're coming back and desisting.
I feel like I've heard David Mama do this kind of stuff. And because there's nobody particularly charismatic, you're dealing with CTV, Rob Noor, and the like, right? You can get away with that, right? Because what you say is held up in the light. Oh, damn it. Held up to the light of, like, basically, whatever everybody else does. And if they're a little bit slow and if they're a little bit hard to focus on, then you're fine, right? But because Lauren is an actually decent extemporaneous public speaker in this way, they are putting out takes that aren't getting listened to, and the audience is probably predisposed to Lauren. So, yeah, not good.
Wanting to detransition, which is horrific. So I do think, at the very least, the point being made that, you know, we need to try and be okay with alternative treatments. We need to try and approach things from perhaps instead of just instantly injecting you with something, instead of instantly assuming 100%, let's get you surgery in a...
No one in this debate are even close to properly equipped to handle these topics. Yeah, it is. It is like watching, you know, a bunch of people who don't know shit, like, kind of, like, grapple around their... And I mean, like, Avi sort of knows, you know, more, but I feel like he's missing an understanding of the lived experience. This whole panel is missing that understanding of the lived experience. But guess what? When you have people like Lauren Witzke on, who, like, chased Blair White off of a panel, you're gonna have a hard as hell time finding trans panelists, right? So, yeah, and I don't think Politically Provoked cares. They are definitely tugging things to the right, the hard right.
4-month period, which absolutely has happened. People getting surgery or treatment within mere months of reporting that they feel a certain way. I think we need to take, at the very minimum, a far more cautious approach, look into other data, look into other options. And if you actually care about people, you will want to do this. You will even want to look into therapy that suggests maybe you aren't transgender in the first place. Maybe you don't have gender dysphoria at all. Let's try to make you congruent with your own body.
Oh my God, so she's talking about conversion therapy
to kill themselves, you want them to potentially have the best options possible, then we should try all options available and not just throw away one as bigoted, which I'm not saying you guys are.
I mean,
but
when he said the word desisters...
Well, we do have data published in JAMA on, like, alternative ways of treating dysphoria, like psychotherapy, and it just happens to not be as effective as transitioning. So yeah, I mean, I don't think
psychotherapy.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that, but would you not say that should be where you start?
Well, I don't think me and Avi are saying that we should transition people who we're not confident in like whose dysphoria we're not confident in, or that we shouldn't look into alternatives. It just happens to be the case that based on the current empirical evidence that we have, none of the alternatives seem to be nearly as effective as transitioning.
Yeah, and none of them have been shown to reduce the rate of suicide, except for transition.
Right. So
look into that.
Which it doesn't reduce by much. It really doesn't. Still,
over 50%.
It doesn't.
By the way.
I'm sorry.
Over 50% reduction in the odds ratio, actually.
You have to see that study because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's still, but 50% of them still end up attempting suicide.
No.
Of that demographic.
Yeah, you can go from,
they transition and then 50%.
Wait, not 50%. No. It's an odds ratio. So you'll end up going from, so for example, if you go from 10% commit suicide to 5%, that's a 50% reduction, right? It doesn't mean 50% of people commit suicide. So in the JAMA cohort, for example, if you look at the amount of people that ended up, that in the JAMA study, if you look at the amount of people who committed suicide attempt, it went from like 10 to 5.
Honestly,
like 9.8 to 4 point something or something like that. So it wasn't 50%.
No, 40%
it just was
of them.
Some of the data that you'll see that talk about, like, people desisting, right? You're not talking about trans people. You're talking about someone who tried on, you know, their mom's clothes when they were younger, right? It's like that also happens, right? And you know, isn't like it's basically signs of, you know, gender nonconformity and then no more signs, right? And that is entirely plausible, right? That's not like some kind of weird, you know, but they're counting these as desisters, making it sound like, oh, so trans people who started to transition and then no, not at all. No one that ever identified as trans, you're counting them in that study. You're counting them as what people are taking as being detransitioners, right?
50% reduction.
That's a statistic. That is a across the board statistic that 40% of them, even after transition, have attempted suicide at some time in their life. That doesn't. I mean, are you saying that it makes there's a percentage difference between like after?
The issue is that I think the number you're citing isn't that 40% of trans people attempted suicide after transitioning. The study is that even 40% of trans people who have transitioned have also committed suicide. But I think that I'm pretty sure that the paper you're referencing didn't actually disaggregate whether or not those suicides occurred or suicide attempts occurred before or after the individuals in question transitioned.
Yeah. They're
okay, so you're saying that it
differentiate. Yeah.
Okay.
Lifetime suicide. Yeah. So typically what's done is you either do you could do prior year suicidal attempt rates, and you could have it have it temporally analyzed such that it's 2 years at least after the transition, or you could do 1 year after.
Yeah, well, no, they were like, didn't they like kind of like? I thought her reaction was like, "That's wrong." I was like, "Oh, really? What's the data?" And she doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know, and she has no idea. And she was spouting off like she did.
After the transition, and when you do that, you see that the suicide rates they do drop, and they do drop compared to what would have happened otherwise, and they drop by a dramatic degree, by over 50%.
Do you have the statistic of how many people end up detransitioning back, like regretting their decision and walking it back?
I've heard, I don't have it offhand, but I've heard around 3%. Around
3%. Oh, I think it's more than that. However,
it's where the 80 to 90% come from. A study in North Australia.
Think
that's what I've seen.
Yeah, okay, maybe 3%. I have to look into that. I think it's more, because we also have to consider the people that regret their decision and they walk it back. So we have to take that into consideration, that it is not a solution.
I mean, Corpse, I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about, but it is true that a lot of these people who detransition, which, like, their numbers exaggerated anyway, but, like, a lot of the people who detransition, the reason they do it is because of social pressure from people in their lives. And they eventually transition again, right? That's... And you don't get that from Katie Herzog and Shed, right? You don't hear that because she just wrote the one article and then tried to, dodge the fact that some of these people that she had talked to, were transitioning again.
Transitioning, permanently mutilating your body is not going to make you feel better. It is not going to help.
But yeah, most of the people in that study were cis gay kids, and they counted them as desisters, which makes you think of something very different, doesn't it?
You are still going to struggle with those same thoughts, the same torment that's in your brain every single day. That's still going to be there. You can change the outside, but you got to restore yourself from the inside out. It might slightly decrease suicide rates, but for how long? We also have to consider the detransitioning demographic of that too, who made a mistake, regret it, and turned back. That's included in that as well. Yeah. So I don't know. I think it's pretty close from what I've read. The studies in the UK.
I hate how they continuously misquote the study that talks about kids who are considering their gender might be trans and we're not. The questioning kids versus... Oh, yeah. So she's projecting so hard, in my opinion, applying her experience to everything.
That I read, it's about the same, maybe 1 or 2%, but it's about the same. The suicide rate remains pretty consistent. In fact, enabling it we may see it makes it worse in the end. So.
Can we acknowledge that a lot of the people who quote-unquote transition sometimes end up just being non-binary and are still trans? Sometimes transition is a learning experience as opposed to a mistake. There's so much complexity in the trans experience that is going to be completely lost on these people because they only see us as a political football. Even politically provoked, really. Like, I mean, I'm sure they don't have great thoughts about trans people, but mostly we're just a useful ploy. Mostly we're just a football in the culture war. And yeah, it's sad that they don't actually have any interest in really understanding this. They have a interest in using this. And chat, the one good thing is that it blew up in their face. It blew up in their face and got them banned.
So it's not the same at all. The issue with that data is that they either compare it to the general population or they compare it to transgender individuals who don't even desire surgery in the first place. When you actually have a proper control group, you see a over 50% reduction in those who have all desired surgeries compared to those who do not have the desired surgeries.
Okay. We have a super chat from Ryan B saying, "We love Lauren Witzke. Let's fucking go at PT. Great job getting her on here."
I love you guys too.
From Cheesehead, is sincerely believing you are a wolf or tiger a mental illness? What if it doesn't cause distress?
Oh my god. Oh,
So one thing that you can add into it is a false.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? For example, one of the criteria for schizophrenia are delusions, right? So yes, if what they mean by saying that they're a tiger, if they actually have a persistent belief that they are a feline with certain stripes, then they would then they would they could be diagnosed with delusional disorder. However, if someone is saying that they are the opposite gender and they don't actually mean that they're the opposite sex, they don't mean they have chromosomes they don't have a false belief, then no, then I wouldn't consider that a mental disorder.
Right.
So
I guess it's just sort of like, I guess like if we were going to analogize it, like somebody saying that they're sincerely like biologically a tiger might be analogous to somebody sincerely believing that they like biologically have like different chromosomes than the chromosomes that they actually have, and that would be a false or a delusional belief. But I think the idea is just that this belief that you have different chromosomes isn't entailed by being trans, right? And so if we were going to make the tiger case analogous to like what is actually entailed by being trans, it would be something more like somebody says they're a tiger, but what they mean by that is that they enjoy wearing like orange sweatshirts or something like that and like running in the grass. And if that's all they mean by I think I'm a tiger, then that's not going to be a delusional belief. Yeah.
Okay. From Cute Root, the delusion that they were born the wrong gender is the mental illness itself, regardless of the resulting dysphoria. Also, Avi clearly has autism. Okay. So,
well, sometimes look, I'll take that as a compliment. That's fine.
Yeah,
but
we love our weaponized autism.
True.
Yeah,
that's what political debate is. It's
I'll add it.
Competitive autism.
Yeah,
that's what all of this is.
I'll add it to maybe I'll add it to my Twitter bio.
Wait, are we like literally?
I finally have
wait a minute. Are we literally on 4chan right now? What the fuck is this? What is this garbage? What is this? What is this?
But it would be self-diagnosis, so I won't do that.
You have to say neurodivergent. It'll be more potent.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I gotta do that. Ooh. Anyway, yeah. So
wait,
look,
self-diagnosis. We got the self-diagnosis meme.
The delusional belief.
Samantha Banana, your meme is alive and well. If not in me, then in this panel, in this sussy panel that you have something to do with, right?
Because that they're the gender they're not. Then you need to spell out what claim.
I think she claimed that the name of the stream, Transgenderism, is a mental illness. The fact that it was put out on Lauren's stream as that, right? She said it was just copied and pasted from YouTube. Couldn't be held. Oh, I'm sorry. Does it say transgenderism? Is it a mental illness? I'm sorry. So yeah.
Claim is or belief is entailed that's false, right? Because if everything they're saying.
But yeah, Samantha really she has this thing. Okay, chat. Let me explain this to you. Okay. Let me explain this. So Samantha Bananas, who we're talking about, all right? She's one of the mods for Lauren Southern. She's also one of the people who harassed me for months and months and months, right? Because NCC bad. Okay, so she's like a hater. But sometimes I unban her and like play with her anyway, right? She had a theory that I was not completely aware of until she fully fleshed it out, okay? So you know how sometimes my hair is blue, sometimes my hair is white, sometimes it looks like this, you know? Her theory is that each of those hairstyles represents a different personality. That I have... Well, it was weird because she was like, you have dissociative identity disorder, but it's self-diagnosed. I think it's a meme, chat. I think there's like a meme or something about this, right? That she was drawing from or something like that. But anyway, no, she had this whole theory about like my hair, and I was just like, really a different personality, right? And like that I guess that I was like play acting a different personality. I mean, like it is like part of the like theatrical conception of the show that like, you know, maybe I might act different or something like that, but like I don't know, it's a little different than dissociative identity disorder, and it's kind of a fucked up thing for her to be coming in and trying to make fun of and misdiagnosing and really just like being a weird champ. And at the end of the day, that's who she is. 4chan weird champa. That's who she is at her very heart. A fucking weird champ.
Saying based on what they mean is just true beliefs.
To the very end.
And they haven't said it, they haven't claimed anything false. So then
no, she was like, she had this whole thing. Like I think she literally thought she was talking to a different like personality when I'd have a different wig on. And
you know, when we say delusions, we typically think of things that have false beliefs. That's actually entailed on many definitions, or at least the most standardly used definitions of delusions, that they have persistent false beliefs in the absence of, even in the face of evidence. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Guys, I gotta run here. I hate to be that horrible person with a real life, but I want to hang out with my child instead of weirdos on the internet.
Thank you so much
Love
for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for having me, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, and wait, so did you say you had to go too, or are you okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll out of here in about 6 minutes if you have another question.
All right, let's see if we have anything for you. A lot of these are for them, so they can stick around. One question was for Supreme Gentleman Hacker to the Laurens.
That's an incel reference, Supreme Gentleman Hacker. I don't know. I mean, it could be ironic, but
DSM-5 estimates that 600.
This is gonna be the Witzke. This is gonna be the Witzke lightning round. The lightning round.
56,000 people suffer from gender dysmorphia, and the Williams Institute says that 19,680,000 people identify as trans. Is this correlative? I don't know why this is like a stupid question.
Yeah, probably because they go hand in hand. I'd have to look at the study though, because she just kind of. But yeah, usually they do go hand in hand.
I don't know about all these people. I know that Lauren Southern, Politically Provoked were both banned. I don't know if Lauren Witzke is even a Twitch streamer. It was mainly a Twitch thing. Because Twitch has higher terms of service, tougher terms of service than YouTube does. As we can see, I think actually no, I haven't checked to see if Politically Provoked or no, Lauren's YouTube is still up. So yeah, she wasn't banned on YouTube, but yeah, it was a Twitch thing.
Avi made some good points about transgenderism and gender dysmorphia having a lot of likeness, but gender dysmorphia has one extra component to it. I still believe that categorizes transgenderism as a mental illness in itself, just because it hasn't been clinically documented. But they are affiliated together with each other. On this note, if you don't have any other questions, I'm going to close out and say goodbye and thank everybody, if that's okay. Okay. Justin and Brittany, thank you so much for hosting this debate. Avi and Mouthy and Infidel, what was your real name, Justin?
My name is Ethan.
Ethan. It was nice to meet you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come on here. If you'd like to continue following me, you can follow me on Telegram and Gab. I've been banned from Twitter. But also we do have a lot of discussions about people. Like, my heart is for broken people that struggle with things. I want people to get free from their addictions, their hang-ups, any kind of character flaws that you want to work through. I am somebody who would love to talk to you and help you through it. We're all in this together. And I think that encouraging each other is really important during this time. So please follow me on my pages. Please reach out to me if you need anything. God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me, and you all take care, okay?
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Take care.
All right. And so, Unleash, thank you for the super chat. I said, thanks, Politically Provoked fam. Britt and Todd, thanks for hosting, and the panel. Thanks, Lauren, ×2 for coming on. All right. So we have some other ones here.
Sorry. We got through it. Oh my god. Okay, so I do not actually like doing trash debates like this, chat. I would rather cover debates between people where I'm like, I wonder if they'll raise some good points, right? But there's not a lot of those around. There's not a lot of those around there's not a lot of wholesome debates around. That is why we are in the works to bring Bird Brains back on Fridays and have panels to discuss like the absolute state of Twitch politics, how fucked up it's become, and who's responsible and who's not doing what they could be doing to keep this shit from happening. Who brought us Lauren Southern? We're gonna keep talking about it, chat, because it's important. The leadership of the Twitch left has absolutely abdicated so many of its responsibilities, and I think that new leadership is needed. I think that people really have to get their minds around what we're doing on here. And it's supposed to be a project of praxis. It's not supposed to be networking at all costs. It's not supposed to be giving your audience the idea that you're like friendly with people whose views you find abhorrent. Like, this shit needs to stop. And my fucking roommates. are going to be looking for a new roommate next month. So anyway, chat, I will talk to you later. Much love. Here, I'll come back on the like big screen for a second. For just a second. This is what I'm dealing with, chat. This is what I'm dealing with. This is not... No sound from the VOD. I'm a boomer, chat. I'm a boomer. Anyway, this is an interesting situation. Hopefully it will all be resolved very soon. Okay, anyway, chat. You have a real one, okay? Because you are some real ones. I love you very much, and have a good night.